All right. So how do you? So what's wrong with broccoli?
I was batting 1,000.
Here. What's wrong with broccoli, Baba?
I'll get it for you. You want me to record you?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on.
Tell me about broccoli, Baba.
Broccoli, being that is hybrid, unnatural, incomplete molecular structure.
Okay.
It should not be consumed by humans because the molecular structure is incomplete. It's an acid-based vegetable.
Okay.
If broccoli was made by nature, I would be eating it. But there are other products that aren't made by nature, but they are not poisonous as broccoli. Okra is one. Spinach is another.
What about cauliflower?
Oh, that mother gonna rob you of your minerals. Cauliflower has nothing in it. That's why it is white. It has no carbon. No carbon. So, cauliflower is worse than broccoli. I don't even think of cauliflower.
Now, as far as nuts, pecan is not on your list, and they make a lot of pecan in the South. Is pecan a good nut to eat?
Pecan is an unnatural nut. The only natural nut is that walnut.
Okay, I hope I answered y'all questions for y'all, because this
I
is
have a question. So you had almonds on the list, but you took almonds off.
The almond?
Yeah.
I used to recommend almond when I was in my crazy state very early in my practice. And when I found out that almond milk has cyanide, I discontinued that.
So no almond milk?
No.
So it's a motor, you follow the party thing too. You go come juggle too.
Me?
Yeah.
Juggle which part?
Yeah, no, me at man when you come in.
You don't know party no matter what.
Party. See, I juggle tune.
Yeah, but me know, you were there in the 90s.
Yeah, be in 90s, me not play for me.
80s and 70s.
Oh, you have a 70s or 80s?
Yeah, that's what me
I
have.
stay in a year lane.
When we don't want crash it up.
Yeah.
We don't want crash it up.
Yeah.
So we have to see that.
No, me know when you're ready, you just kick in the turbo,
Yeah.
Because you ask me for all kind of tune when you're ready, And me know you have it,
No, man, I'll take that my lane.
Okay, alright.
We don't want crash.
Good.
Thought-provoking, always smoking, lyrics like a bazooka. You are listening to Muta Baruka.
to me, Lord. Oh, dear man. She say she want a good life, no one to cause her pain and strife. She want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. She don't want no unsteady relationship. One way I rock like a rocking ship. Wanna love that steady as can be. Ooh la da da da. This is what my baby said to me.
Them other liquor station have no roots like some liquor weed. I want to them indeed.
She say she want a good life, no one to cause her pain and strife. She want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. She don't want no unsteady relationship. One way I rock like a rocking ship. Wanna love that steady as can be. One that brings back memory. She want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. She say she want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. She's been in and out of loving, and she says she must confess she been used and abused, but there's no more time to lose. Oh no, because she want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. She say she want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. Yes, she want a man that's filled with ambition, one who'll sit down and set up a plan. The future is secure for all life long. She want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. To say she want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. Well, she is a sweeter than Cleopatra. She's got style, she's got class. Any man would want to pass, but oh no. She say she want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife. She want a good life, no man to cause her pain and strife.
R.I.P, #1 radio station in the whole wide world, and I do it.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions from a couple of your fans from Twitter, and they just have some questions that they wanted to ask. So the first question is from Asset Connection. What is the best treatment for acne? He's 21 and he's from New York City. What would be any advice you have?
The advice is he should lay off of anything that is fat, number one. Anything that contains any lactic acid. Because these things tends to obstruct the derma of the skin. Then he could also use the salve that we have to offer.
The salve.
But one of the things that he have to do, which is very good, as you know, we have a new product known as the Banju. He could purchase the Banju for his energy and the cleansing of his blood. He could lay off of the lactose, and then he have a salve. And he'd see that in a few hours, the result would be one that he would be very much satisfied with.
Okay. So we also have one from DS Lightbringer. Since the body needs minerals to sustain itself, does one have to worry about amino acids?
In fact, just listen carefully. Amino acids The body that has no use for acids. The body is an alkali body. It should be on the alkali side. Although we are always, most of us are 6 or 6.9, slightly on 7, some of us. Acidity has no place in our biology. So when the question is asked, if our body needs minerals, yes, our body needs minerals. But the minerals that we have to use has to be pre-digested by a plant. You cannot go and buy a mineral and drink it, meaning an oxide. Example, let me explain the difference with an oxide and a phosphate. Iron is found in 2 forms, and that applies to every other mineral, and they are 102. So we're going to use iron as 1. So the child is anemic. He needs iron. Or leukemia, like the little girl in Honduras named Alcida. She was brought to us in coma. She needed iron. But we cannot give her a piece of iron, steel. We cannot give her iron that is oxide. Why? That is known as ferrous sulfate. The body cannot assimilate that. But if you get a plant or plants and make a compound that expresses iron, you find that the plants, through the process of iron trophoresis, they have converted the iron from the soil into a liquid digestible substance. This I learned from Schultz, Edward Schultz. Plants has to assimilate, they have to digest, they have to do the conversion. Then when you take it, it is easy for you. It's electrical. That is the difference with an oxide and a phosphate. One is alive and the other is dead. So yes, in taking a mineral, we have to make sure that the mineral that you are taking is one that is alive. A phosphate instead of an oxide.
Okay. And also, the same person, DS Lightbringer, also, what do you think is the best moisturizer for the skin? My family currently uses coconut oil. What do you think?
What do I think of coconut oil being a moisturizer? I would not recommend coconut oil for the skin, because coconut oil is highly saturated. The only way that I may consider coconut oil if it is cold pressed, the way that it is processed in Thailand, yes, I would agree it could be used, because it is a natural fruit, but you have to know how to process it to get the benefits from it.
Okay. So we have this another young man. His name is Larry's 119. He wants to know. He wants to purchase your products, but you know his finances are kind of not, I guess, where he expected for them to be, and he wants to know how can it be more affordable for him or people that cannot afford it.
You know, when Dr. Sebi decided that he would completely deliver himself to this entity of healing, Dr. Sebi knew that he would have to make this product affordable. Affordable is the word. We, black people especially, we are not the group that has a lot of finance. So I told this barber named Timothy Cogman, and he was from Miami, living in New Orleans. I said, one day I'm going to produce a product that's going to cost $80 and it's going to heal everything. But I tell you what, since 1962 until now, we have a product known as the Viento, and we have another product known as the Green Food Plus. We have another product known as the Banju. All of these products only cost $50, and what people have said about these products doing for them, we are totally satisfied with their performance, or not performance so much as they're giving, as their utility, as how complimentary they are. So when the young man said that his finance is not up to par, well, could he spend $50? I know he can. And with $50, he could see a lot of good things.
Okay. Well, I think we're done, and you've answered every question that so far everybody has asked.
But that is good, because one of the questions that I hope that should be asked, and I will leave the audience with this one. What compels us to turn away from the mandate of God when it states that the herbs are for healing? What was done to us that we failed to carry that in our lives and do that? We want to leave with that one. There will be take two.
Take two.
Thank you so very much, and we do appreciate you, and we love you.
A music where I say, party style, move all your sofa where you offer from code so you never pay for, and move your chair them and get some drink and put by whatsoever you have, and turn up your set and disturb the neighbor. A day, no police not gonna lock you up. Tell them some Muta tell you to do it.
artificial. They all denied me. 1 year later, when Nova came up with the program, that not only was it artificial, they showed that it was made by crossing the Queen Anne lace and the wild yam. You do not mix herbs unless they belong to the same balance. What do I mean by that? I mean this. In the kingdom of life, a yarrow plant, which is known as the Queen Anne lace, could only and will only pollinate another Queen Anne lace. Why? Because the pollen carries the same amount of valence as the other, and through that process we known as chemical affinity, they join. Now, there is another mixture that we are totally unaware of beside the natural one, which is chemical affinity. The other one is a mechanical mixture. What is a mechanical mixture? A mechanical mixture is when you cut a sliver in a plant, like the Queen Anne lace, and you cut a sliver in another plant, and you take out the heart of the stem, and you put it inside the Queen Anne lace, and you tape it. That is hybridization. Black people knows nothing about this. And now this plant produces something other than what it was originally, because now we are uniting Queen Anne lace with wild yam. You don't get the wild yam or the Queen Anne lace, you get what? A carrot. They went further to show that it was made in Holland. And little before that article came out, I had returned to the drawing board to find this carrot. I knew it was artificial. Why? Because it doesn't produce seed to reproduce itself. Carrot just does not produce a seed that reproduces itself. So I knew it was artificial. And beside that, it contains starch. When I go back to do my research, guess what I found? That the German made the lamb, the German made the barley. Spirulina, I mean, where does spirulina grow? It's hybrid. And what about the wheatgrass? Hybrid. Wheat kernels. Anything that walk, crawls, swim, or fly, and that has a head, should not enter my system.
This should have a face.
They need to have a face, leave it alone.
There's nothing in the planet that assimilate and could be of usefulness, save that substance is electrical. And the only electric substance on the planet is a natural plant. Not comfrey, golden seal, peppermint, aloe vera, and the rest. They're hybrids. But now you have them in a plant form. Why a plant form? Because the plant, in sending its root into the soil, it converts that solid rock into a liquid digestible substance. The scientists call that process of conversion iontrophoresis. Iontrophoresis could only be accomplished by a plant, not a laboratory. You can't take a piece of rock that is iron into a laboratory and get a liquid from it that's going to be digestible, because now it becomes non-electrical. The plant makes it electrical. And when you drink it, it is pre-digested for you electrically, so that no one snow you. The minerals that the body needs cannot be found in any health food store. No vitamin C, vitamin B, vitamin A. The body is not made up of any alphabetical order. It is made up of minerals. And when those minerals have been depleted by the presence of disease, a disease ensues. So you have to replace them. Hydrogen and oxygen in a natural form. The CHO chain is the chain of life. Carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Melanin has no place in that biochemical structure. So I'm very extremely sorry.
Okay. Let me ask you a question then. What makes the difference between black and white? What makes the difference between black and white then? Why is it your color and there's somebody else who's not of color?
Well, again, we could easily explain that position. Carbon is the determining factor for your color. The concentration of carbon determines the color black. The higher the concentration of carbon, the greater the color black would express. It is carbon, nothing else.
Dr. Sebi, explain to the people watching this tape the word electricity, and how it pertains to its necessity boundaries within the body structure.
And when you see, now that was the best question that could have been asked. Why? Because if something is of usefulness in my structure, in my biological structure, it must necessarily be electrical. And the only substance that is electrical, that are electrical, are those substances that come from the forest we call the jungle. Because the molecular structure is complete. Then where do we go in the human body and find the organ that produces electricity? We find that it's the brain. The brain is the center of motor. The nervous system is the conduit that carries the electricity to various points of the body to cause motion. Now, should we ask, what is the composition of the brain? No. It is made up of what? Carbon and copper. The pineal gland is carbon, and the cerebral cortex, copper. We not only find that in a human being, we find that in the eel in Brazil that produces electricity to kill his prey. And when you open the eel, all you find is copper and carbon. No melanin.
Oh yeah, what's all about those?
The thymus gland. The thymus gland regulates sex. It also maintains energy. The thymus gland also keep you childlike, non-aggressive. But in some races, the thymus gland disappears at age 8. Then one becomes violent in one movement. But now, if the thymus gland disappears in some races at age 8, principally the Caucasian, what helps one to retain the thymus gland within the biology? The presence of what? Carbon. Thank you.
Darling, I'm alright. in a position to maintain you the way that you're accustomed to. Can't take you out to fancy places like other fellas that I know can do. I'm only able to romance you.
What we need to begin with is the African worldview and how it works. That provides a frame of reference that you can then use. The African concept of the universe is as a spiritual whole, where everything is interrelated. That means that what is emphasized is not only spirit, but connectedness. And that we conceive of ourselves, we experience ourselves, I should say, as spiritual beings, that as almost as cosmic beings. And by that I mean that we are connected to nature, to the forces of nature, to each other, in such a way that that's where we get definition and that's where we get strength. And so power for us becomes energy, the energy to do, to make things happen. We energize each other. Interaction becomes important. Complementarity becomes important. The relationship between spirit and matter is one in which they are connected, where material reality is understood as just the way spirit manifests itself. That's simply. On the other hand, in the European worldview and way of thinking, way of looking at the universe, human beings become separate and distinct individuals. The only way that you can know anything about the universe is to separate yourself from it, to take connectedness out of it, and thereby create what they call the object. That's all that you can know. Now this object is a thing that has no feeling, no meaning, no spirit. Okay? That's an illusion in their mind. But it works for them, because if they what Plato did, if we can go back to Plato, is that if he could get people to agree that this was the only truth, then what he could do is say that, well, the people who were closest to that truth, those are the people who should rule all the other people. So that worked within their culture. It gave him the basis for a hierarchy within Europe.
Now explain to me this creation of the object thing. I'm not clear on that.
Okay, what you do is, if you can, as a human being, first separate, make a split in yourself and say, there's part of me that thinks and there's part of me that feels. Now, in reality, that doesn't happen. You're a whole person. At least that's the African conception. But in his conception, that's what he said. That's what Plato said. Then what you say is, there's a part of me that's better than the other part of me. This thinking part is better than this other part. Okay? Then you say that the better part needs to either control or do away with that lesser part. So you got this thinking being.
This emotional part, or what?
The thinking part is getting rid of the emotional part.
Right.
Okay? Trying to control that. And so then what he says is, that's the only way that you can have knowledge. Okay? So here if you have somebody who is dealing with feelings, okay, or who is defined in that way, then they're the lesser person. They're the bad person. And they should be controlled by the person who is just doing this thought thing, you see, that they've constructed, all right? So within the state that he constructed, the republic, then he was able to say, base it all on this concept of the object, to say that these better people who could understand the object, who were not spiritually into things, they were the people who should control things. Well, look what happens then when you get nations relating to each other or cultures relating to each other. you say the culture that accepts this objective way of looking at truth. That's the creation of the object. That culture should dominate, control those that don't have that concept. They should control the more spiritual culture because they're the ones that are more civilized, more scientific, more rational, and all of those things.
Now I'm going to push you on this. This is a very difficult. This is a very difficult topic.
Right.
And I'm going to push you because we want to make sure that, first of all, I understand, and secondly, that everybody in the viewing audience understand the creation of this object. Can I push it? This object? I'm still trying to get at that.
Okay. It's always better for me to go back to our experience. Okay. For us, what I call a phenomenal universe is important. And to break that down, all we mean is that experience is important. The way we experience things is important in our knowing, whatever that is. Go back to the European conception, the creation of the object. You take out experience. There should be no experience in there at all. There should be no connection. Okay? Another thing. For us, we learn through our involvement in the universe, in life. That again is experience. Go to the creation of the object. The way the object is created is by detaching the self from everything.
The object is what?
The object is the thing that is left when you detach yourself from the universe.
All right. Say that again. Say that
the
again.
object is what is left, and it's a thing. When you detach yourself from the universe.
Okay.
Think about Descartes saying, I think, therefore I am. Meaning that there's nothing else that is important about a human being except this ability to somehow do this thing of rational thinking on this object. That's all that makes you a human being. That's what makes you important. For us, you can't separate thought and emotion. They're part of, their thought and feeling are necessarily linked. And from that, we get intuitive knowledge, which is very important for African people.
What do the two do for each other? The emotional part and the quote rational.
I think what they give is they give us, for one thing, intuitive understanding of things. That is, for African people, like the ancients used to say, know thyself. What they meant by that is we are like a microcosm of the universe. The universe exists in us. That's in African belief, okay? Therefore, if that's true, then by studying yourself, by knowing yourself, you come to know the universe. By coming to know the universe, you're coming to know yourself. That's why they said, know thyself, okay? If we accept the European concept, then you're left with a self with no relationship to the universe, no emotional involvement in the universe. It is detached, okay? But that was necessary to create that object. The important thing about the object was that it could be controlled. That's what Plato was getting at, and that's what has been accepted since his time. That in order to know, in order to be able to have knowledge, you had to be independent. Okay, that's what the separateness did for you. And that's what the lack of feeling did for you. It gave you control over something. What you control is the object. So we come back to the object. Now, if you look in terms of people and cultures, we become the object.
Okay.
You see? Okay. That can be controlled, that can be acted on in any way necessary or possible. What do you do when you go into a scientific laboratory? You have these things that you can manipulate and do whatever you want with. That's the same way in which African people are treated, are related to by Europeans as objects that can be manipulated in whatever way has to be manipulated. Now, what we do is we feed into that by accepting their definitions of reality. Or we would understand, we're not objects. Hey, what are you doing? You see what I'm saying? That there is a spiritual reality that connects us to the universe and so forth and so on.
Let's see, you know, say, if you're a man or friend, you know, you can, if you don't want to see him again, you know, you lend him some money.
Take away him.
Entire lend man money, you know. If you want to get rid of them, just lend them some money, man. Believe you me.
I'm not in a position to maintain you the way that you're accustomed to. Can't take you out to fancy places like other fellas that I know can do. I'm only able to romance you and make you tingle with life. Financially, I'm a pauper, but when it comes to loving, I'm alright. I'm alright. Don't show me what your friends are wearing, 'cause I don't really want to see. Don't tell me what your friends are buying, 'cause money doesn't grow on trees. Tell me about the things that excite you and make you tingle with life. Tell me where to hold and touch you, 'cause when it comes to loving, I'm alright. I'm alright.
The price for the bike make me broke a little fight. I must see judgment time. Lord, I must see judgment time. Me said I went in the market to buy a piece of food. The price for the food me have to go on like me rude. I must see judgment time. Till you must see judgment time. I said I went from to Elite to buy a liquor store. The price for this stove me have to fall in a note. I must see judgment time. Oh, singing must see judgment time. Yeah, man. I said I went uptown to take out a bed. The cost for the bed me have to farm like me red. I must see judgment time. Singing must see judgment time. The hard road to travel, tell you one a mighty long way to go. Tell you say that Jaja the blessed Savior, man him go and lead I to the way I know. Many have claimed say them gone to the valley, them claim say them gone where the water flow. Say move for your foot and make me put for me. Move for your foot and make me put for me. Move for your foot and make me put for me. Because you wear size 7 and I wear size 8. So move for your foot and make me put for me. I said I went down to Issa to buy a liquor bike. The price for the bike me have to broke a liquor fight. I must see judgment time. Lord, I must see judgment time. Sing it must see judgment time. Sing it must see judgment time. I said I went uptown to take out a bed. The cost for the bed me have to go on like me red. I must see judgment time. Yeah, alright. I said I went in a store to buy a liquor tape. I buy a liquor tape, but me really have faith. I must see judgment time. Sing it must see judgment time. Sing it all a earthquake time. I said I went in the market to buy a piece of food. The price for the food me have to go on like me red. I must see judgment time. Come and say joy times are coming. Sing it have a jolly good time. Let me say that joy times are coming.
You say that you need my love anymore, because you have found somebody new. But I'm not bright. Oh, lovely lady, lady, lady with the starlight. A lovely starlight that shines so bright. She must be crazy, crazy, oh man. She must be crazy, crazy or sad. Lady, lady, lady with the starlight. A lovely starlight that shines so bright. Oh, lovely lady, lady, lady with the starlight.
So it's almost like we've been conditioned so well through such a long process that now it is us who are enslaving ourselves mentally.
Because the job has already been...
The job has been done. It would be so easy, in one sense, for us to undo it. That's what I'm saying in this book. Because the way the system of European control works is that you have to accept a concept of reality which makes them superior. If you deny that, their thing will not work, and they will lose their control. So that they put all of this energy into establishing the system that begins when you're 3, 4, and so forth, which defines reality in such a way where there's no spirit, because they aren't a spiritual people, you see, which talks about this objective truth and so forth, which says that African spirituality represents backwardness, so you need to move away from it. It does all of these things which make you as an African person, me as an African person, us distrust the very part of ourselves which is our strength.
I'm going to get back to this question, and that is this whole question of, do we know what we have lost? Do we realize that we have not always been Democrats, have not always been Baptist, have not always been Black Greeks, have not always been Links, have not always... how do we conceive of ourselves in a different time?
I think that there is a lot that is being done within the movement of African-centered education in that regard. In terms of, I think we have more information now that we've ever had before. And I have seen the effect of that information. That is very important, that people do begin to realize and understand, first of all, how young Europe is in relationship to Africa, and what we were putting into place, creating, building, conceiving of long before Europe existed. When you open people's minds to that, it can have a lot of power. So that I think that generally we have not understood that, but we have an opportunity to do so because of the work of many people now that is building on work that was done before that we didn't know about.
Other cultures have exhibited aggression, imperialistic tendencies. What accounts for Europe's success?
I'm glad you got to that question. Because what it allows me to do, I think, is to get at what I think is the specialness of the approach, the method that I used in this study. So it's going to take me a little while, if that's okay. I said to myself that, and this definitely was with the help of the ancestors, I want to, affirm that, by the way, that it was not...
Why is that important?
That's important because of our concept of connectedness, our concept of the universe. that it's not just words to talk of a spiritual universe and our spirituality as a people, but we've got to understand where our energy comes from. And I know that that's where mine came from. So this is ours. This belongs to us. I had to say, how would I approach studying the European given African conceptions? You see, it's one thing to say, okay, I want to do this, but then use their conceptions. What does it mean for us to really think in African terms? And so what I did was to develop concepts that came from an African worldview, not a European worldview. And I came up with the concept of asili. I also used an African language. That's a Kiswahili word that means seed, origin, the essence of something. The reason that was important was because what people would say is, and they will say, oh, Europe is so vast. It is, there's so many different kinds of European forms and different countries. How can you talk about Europe as a whole? Now, of course, they've been talking about Europe as a whole all of this time, but when we begin to look at them, suddenly it's going to be, no, you can't really do this because it's too diverse. I needed a concept which could explain a culture in terms of its core, in terms of its ideological core, so that you could look at every different aspect of the culture and see how it fits into this one seed or core. And that's why I used the asili. And the idea of the seed was that once that asili is in place, that cultural asili, that it will seek to fulfill itself. So the way in which the culture will develop will all be feeding into that asili. And that would help me to get at consistency in terms of European development. What throws us as a people is that we make exceptions. You know, we say, oh, well, that's different over here, and that's different. This is a good one over here, and this doesn't really work that way. But in my analysis, it's all consistent, and it's all working for one purpose. And the concept of asili helps me to see that. And that comes to the answer to your question, is that what I was able to do was to see that the nature of the European asili was to seek power. That it, in essence, is, we could almost say it is an asili which lacks wholeness, and therefore must always see. Go back to Yurugu now. Remember Yurugu as the incomplete being that is always must be seeking, but can never be fulfilled because he can't get the complementary part of himself. Their asili, the European cultural asili, is incomplete, must always be seeking. Now, it cannot be fulfilled through spirit because they have no knowledge of spirit, no relationship to spiritual reality. Therefore, fulfillment is sought through power, and power here means power over other. And what that means is that everything within the culture, all of the development of European culture, all of the forms, all of the institutions, the ideas even, are all for the purpose of achieving European power. Now, your question was, if we can recognize that there have been imperialistic behaviors in other cultures, then what is the difference between European culture and these other cultures? And the answer is that Europeans have been most successful at achieving world domination because everything within the culture supports the quest for domination.
Everything.
Everything. Including, and most importantly to me, their philosophical concepts. Including their concept of truth. Including their academies, academia, the intellectuals, including that. It works with, including Christianity as it manifests itself, within the European development. All of that works for the achievement of European power.
Wait the town and tell the people about the musical things coming your way.
Thought-provoking, always smoking. Lyrics like a bazooka. You are listening to Muta Baruka.
About the musical things coming your way.
No, no, no. You don't love me, and I know now. No, no, no. You don't love me, yes, I know now. heart. If you break mine too, yes, I'm just the kind who will stay far. If you stay far too, I rumors about you every day. Hear somebody say you better leave and go away because I'm just a guy who will stay far. If you stay far too, I'm just the kind who will do likewise. If you do that too, yes, I rumors about you every day. Hear somebody say you better leave and go away because I'm just a guy. I've got to say to you, old King Cole was a merry old soul. A merry old soul was he. But old King Cole lost all his gold, and now he's trying to see. Don't put your trust in vanity, for it will let you down. Don't put your trust in vanity, or you'll be on the ground. Like Humpty Dumpty sat upon a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All of his friends and the money they spent couldn't get Humpty together again. Don't put your trust in vanity, for only Jah can help you and set you free. Little Miss Mary, you're quite contrary. How does it all then grow? With silver bells and cracker shells and no food at all. Vanity, a vanity, spoiling humanity. Vanity, it is easier for a camel to go to the higher beneath than the rich man to entering the kingdom of Zion. Vanity, a pure vanity, spoiling humanity. It is easier for a camel to go to the higher beneath than a rich man to enter in the kingdom of Zion. George and Bill went up Jack's hill to rob the dreadlocks of his bill. Yes,
It's alright, Mary, Mary, quite country. Mary, Mary, quite country. Say how does the rubber dub flow? Tell me say how does the rubber dub flow? Say with the ball inside and the dread and the mic you make her feel alright, yeah. Some it feel you make her feel alright, yeah. Oh watch ya man, 'cause it's a music like earth, rubber dub like sand. Say music like earth, rubber dub like sand.
Yes, well, that one that I just cited was racial population tailoring. They're not trying to kill all the non-white people. They're just trying to get rid of some of them on an ongoing basis, keep the population down. Now, number 4 is racial sexual confusion. Confuse these people sexually so they don't know what they are. Degenderize them. It's being poured on now. They have really put the pedal to the metal, and they're doing this worldwide, by the way.
Yes, they are. Yes.
They're not doing this just in one or two places. They're doing this simultaneously everywhere. They are dark-skinned people. They're saying, you don't have a gender.
What do you need a gender for? You don't need to be male and female. You can be a lot of things. And let me give you a list of the things that you can be now.
And Mr.
And then
Fuller,
they'll rattle it off. All happening in what system? I call it the system of white supremacy. It's just one system. It's not like it's a lot of systems. It's just one world government. It's already in place. It's called the system of white supremacy in capital letters. That's the world government. So, anything that happens in the system of white supremacy, it's the white supremacists' fault. These black people who are rampaging all over the place and all like that have been taught by somebody. They do what they've been taught to do. They do what they've been led to do. They don't know anything except what they've been taught, just like all the people on the planet. We know what we've been taught. We come into the planet that's already ready-made. There's already somebody in charge. There's already somebody telling somebody what to do. So the people do what they're led to do. Now, how is it that a group, so-called group of black people show up suddenly at a beach if the white supremacists hadn't orchestrated that? How did these black people all, for some strange reason, show up at the same time in the same situation when it is the white supremacists that determine all situations for dark-skinned people? Where they will be, where they won't be, how many of them there will be. That's any place, any time, in any city, in any location, anywhere on the planet. It's the white supremacists that determine the numbers of black people that will be congregating in any given place and what the state of mind that those black people will have. Will those black people just be sitting there looking up at the sky? The white supremacists will determine that. Or will they be killing each other? The white supremacists will determine that. Or will they be going and disturbing some beach or some beach town where white people usually are there interacting with each other in what they call a civilized manner, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, of course it's not out of nowhere, these black people suddenly show up? Well, where were these black people before, and what were they doing? And what kind of instructions would they be given? The very fact that they are congregating as a group shows that somebody's in charge of them being a group. Now, who would that somebody be? The usual suspects, the white supremacists, because black people on this planet do not go where they please. They go where they are sent. This is the truth. This is the function of white supremacy. Black people do not wander around on this planet. No non-white people do. Black, brown, red, or yellow wander around on this planet called Earth without authorization from the white supremacists. That's a flat statement. That's either true or false.
Music like
listening to Muta Baruka.
How you mean? No me. Shaka this a ram dance master. Boom boom. Shaka this a ram dance master. Room. Shaka this a ram dance master. Boom boom. Shaka this a ram dance master. Chop up a briggy and the ram dance master. Yes, Papa Briggy in my big super. Yes, that the briggy man big in the area. Yes, that the briggy I want you an entertainer. Ram it in the Brooklyn, ram it in the Bronx, Connecticut, Yonkers, Mount Vernon. Shoot a hero briggy mash up in a Washington. Them a jump and shout, them say hail the champion. Room shaka shaka me and the ram dance master. Boom boom, shaka me and the ram dance master. Room briggy and the ram dance master. Boom boom, yes me and the ram dance master. Ram it in the east, ram it in the west. From Cornwall, sorry, down to Middlesex. Wild corporation need a jump like sweat. They say yes, that's the it, don't you know you want the best? Boom boom, shaka this a ram dance master. E-I-E-I-U. Come and say yes, that's the freaky man, you big in the area. E-I-E-I-U. Because I ram it in the Kingston, in the country. Invite my mommy on awesome identity. Then come in on the session with the bigger sensei. Them load up the challenge and then give it on to me. I take a little draw and I feel irie. Them can't stop bringing me no can't take hearing. Boom, shaka shaka me and the ram dance master. I thought the briggy and the ram dance master. Room, shaka this a ram dance master. Room, shaka this a ram dance master. Ram it in the Brooklyn, ram it in the Bronx, Connecticut, Yonkers. So don't be like a puppet on a string. All you got to do is sing.
I'm still in love with you, boy.
So I say, and I will never let you go away.
I'm still in love with you, boy.
Man, you should have seen me and the big fat thing. Tell you when me scrubber in a constant spring. Tell you when me dubber in a constant spring. Tell you when me lover in a constant spring. Tell you when me dubber on the big bed spring. In a me 3-piece suit and thing. Tell you when me diamond socks and thing. Tell you when me Earthman shoes and thing. Got me say rub off the makeup.
You don't know how to love me.
I wish I said.
Not even how to kill.
Girl, me wanna know what's your nationality. Yeah, because you broke down me door and you asked me for more. Sit down on me chair and I ask for a beer. Lead down on me bed and I draw me on the bed. In the sun and I want to.
I'm still in love with you,
man, you should have seen me and the big fat thing. Tell you when me scuff up on the big bed spring. Man and them me shoe and me diamond ring. Tell you why she drink up a bottle of thing. Tell you when me dump it in a golden spring. Nah, be true I think, but now me take up a dancing thing. You should have seen me out a dragon gym. You should have seen me and the dancing thing. In her boxing boots and thing. In her boxing shorts and thing. Me say she put on her gloves and thing. We make we have a little fight and thing. Me say me dash away the big fat thing. I know me take up the tasking thing. She keep me house clean and thing. Me say she cook me food clean and thing. And where she bring? Nice living and thing. Say nice living and thing. I said I went out to Guinness drink. Nothing go make another fight and thing in the ring. You don't know this is one slim thing something, eh? Yeah. The nearer the bone and the nicer the meat I would say. Come in with wheat. Come in with the calico punch and thing. Me say me chew a little right and thing. Say let me duck to the left and thing. You should have seen me and the tasking thing in the ring. Me pass up to Golden Spring. Me say me let go the big fat thing. I know me well up at the tasking thing. Me say she cook so nice and thing.
smoking, always smoking. Lyrics like a bazooka. You are listening to Muta Baruka. Well, watch your man. Alova that, boom. Alova that, boom. Watch your man. Oh, you get your love, boom, son. Oh, you get your love, boom, son. When you're young and in love, oh, when you're young and in love, oh, the love bombs stay sound. Oh, the love bombs stay sound. Say that he come out on your face like a damn disgrace. Come out in a while, make your features look spoiled. Broke a little more and then it turn out in a sore. Alova that, boom. Alova that, boom. Say that me walking down the street and a sexy girl me meet. Walking down the street and a sexy girl me meet. First me say me like, then me say me love. First me say me like, then me say me love. The girl say she want go show. So I took her to the show that she wanted to go. Took her to the show that she wanted to go. A lot of entertainment, enough excitement. Little laugh at that, she said no one refreshment. How will you get it out of Ranger? How will you get it out of ice mint and ice water? Rasta me the broke. Ice mint and ice water. Kiss me neck. Say when me reach home, she back a cutlass. When me reach home, she back a cutlass. Say I'm going to kill you and lift me dead with gas. I love that, I love, boom. I love that, I love, boom. I love that, I love, boom. I love that, I love,
Oh, black people should stay away from each other until they come up with a solution to a problem or an idea that they think might be a solution. Oh, yeah, I said that. But there are conditions under which we meet. Otherwise, they should avoid each other all on sight because we are highly toxic. Any condition in which we have something in our minds that will help solve a problem, then we can meet. I mean, but you have to have it in mind about, hey, I got an idea for solving this problem that people keep talking about. And you got to tailor it so that an individual can do it. Because when you speak to groups, then everybody in the group is expecting everybody else to do it. That's an old thing that black people do all the time, which is why these conventions don't work. Everybody's expecting the person sitting next to them to carry out the mission. I mean, let's tell the truth about that now. This is the nomenclature of what you call these huge black conventions and whatnot.
Yes.
Everybody sitting there applauding and whatnot is expecting the person sitting next to him or her to go out and do the thing that they're talking about needs to be done. Or in other words, you are going to do it. Oh yeah, that will solve our problem, but you are going to do it. I ain't doing nothing. See, and everybody comes there with that in mind, truth be told. So you tailor what you're saying to each individual. Each individual will go out and do this. See, not sit back and say, my organization is taking care of it. I'm a member of that organization, so they are taking care of it. And saying, what can we do? And then just as individuals, because the books that I've written are addressed to individuals, not so-called organizations, because even organizations are made up of individuals. So if each and every person just says, I'm not going to any more parties that consist of more than one male and one female, and one person will include that person, him or herself.
Mm-hmm.
That's a party. That should be the standard, worldwide standard for what you call a black party. Everything else is supposed to be a business meeting. If you got a third person there, that should be the codified rule. If it's 3 black people sitting somewhere, talking to each other, that's not supposed to be a party. That's supposed to be a business meeting. Automatically. Everybody in the world should know that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that should be the pattern that we have set by now. Everything that they are saying sitting at that sidewalk cafe has to do with solving a problem.
Mm-hmm.
3 black people sitting at a sidewalk cafe even if they're relaxed. You know, it's a sunny day. I mean, and they're kind of laid back. But if you approach them and you eavesdrop and listen to what they're saying, everything that they are saying is about problem solving. How to go about solving a problem that was recently solved, or whether or not, you know, they can get together on a subsequent day and continue to try to work on this problem that one of them or all three of them are having.
Mm-hmm.
All of this discussion should be about problem solving.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they can do it in a relaxed manner. I mean, there's nothing, you know, laborious about it, but it's about problem solving. Otherwise, those three people got no business talking to each other at all, period, about anything. All discussion should be about problem solving. Now, if it's just one male and one female, then you cut a little bit more slack. That's relaxation time because it has to do with the male-female getting together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to not only problem solve, because that's a part of the problem-solving process, but they're, you know, talking about something sexual or something like that. One male, one female. But any three people, it's not supposed to be any of that kind of talk at all, unless it has something to do with problem solving. And you come to the table with an idea about how to solve the problem, not get there arguing with each other and trying to do a one-upmanship thing on one or the other of the three people sitting there.
The area, they come to nice up Jamaica. Go watch your man, dance up the car, dance up the car. Take guys your love, take guys your love. People really keep it up to love. Oh Lord, promoter and his agent up to love. Oh them love, la 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 la, la 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 la. Fuck the things to the corporation, that's right. One of the making straight to pop into the game. So, baby. The area, they come to nice up Jamaica. Go watch your man, dance up the car, dance up the car. Play guys your love, play guys your love. People really keep it up to love. Oh Lord, promoter and his agent up to love. Oh them love, la 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 la, la 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 la. Found on me grow in the ghetto, found on me grow in Jamaica. Wanna see that all if they get you. Me say me now leave Jamaica. Go watch a man, and your papa style go on a dancing. And your papa meet you go on a Disney. See I sell road, I sell regulate. Man, how you keep your fitness? Man, tell me how you keep your fitness. Go papa me, love is all about, teach you love is all about. Feel about the thing and keep rocking and sing. Cause every man to watch sing and sing and sing. Be rocking and sing and sing and sing. You have to man a DJ rubber dub. Dr. Man a DJ rubber dub. Jumping nice up the party. I'm gonna nice up the nightclub. But watch your man, nice up the dance. Play fast it out. Promoter and his agent up the love. Oh Lord, promoter and his agent up the love. Oh them love. La 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 la. La 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 la. What do you think? Start with the talk and the dance in the car. Great man a laugh and the cashier a laugh. Now find a buckle with a car. Me say me can't get no place to walk. I want a food before the food is sell off. The kid man and him hygiene a laugh. Promoter and his agent up the law. Oh the laugh. La 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 la. La 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 la. People outside can't get into the dance. They really have to dance on the street tonight. People inside say they want me for the crowd. Some of them say they really want me at the crowd. Can't really hurt.
Has to be a quantum quantum number, in other words, a large number of non-white people, period. Not only a black male, but black females too. In other words, people who understand white supremacy, what it is and how it works. That's the first order of business. You have to understand that the entire world is dominated by the white supremacists. And if you have color in your skin, you are a person who has been assigned to be mistreated because of your color, because of the way you were born, because of the way that the creator of you, if you are a person of color, a non-white person, the creator put color in your skin. And the white supremacists are saying, well, regardless of who did it, it means you are eligible to be mistreated by me because I'm a white person and you are not white, so I have the power and the authority and the privilege and all of everything that's supposed to be of benefit is supposed to be around me. And you are only supposed to get what I say you can have because you have color in your skin. Now, the non-white people who understand that this is the setup and this is the dominant government of the entire planet, then the white supremacists will understand that you understand this, and if enough people understand it, people can't go. It's something about the mind that says you don't go against something that, you can't ignore something that you understand, particularly when it's working against you. That'll keep bothering you until you'll have a tendency to do something about it. Now, that's what the white supremacists do not want. They do not want black people to be logical. They do not want black people to think about anything except something that's real silly and real stupid. This is why they always glorify stupidity in black people. If a black person has a tendency to show stupidity or silliness, that black person, the white supremacists immediately will seize upon them and say, this person doesn't show any signs of being serious about anything. So these are the black people that we want to become more and more prominent. And we will feed into their silliness. Anything stupid that they come up with, or we come up with for them, we will glorify it. As long as it's stupid and silly. Anything that's serious and constructive, we don't want them to be logical. We don't want them to tap into that. That's not the way we want any people of color to ever think. We want them to be celebratory people, to people who are jumping up and down and turning flips all day and running around in a circle. And then when they bump into each other, they immediately start fighting each other. That's the way we want to keep them. But if you're sitting down and slowly thinking things through and trying to be problem solvers rather than problem makers, no, we don't want those type of non-white people to get out from under our surveillance. You watch them very closely. It's like that dangerous black person on the plantation who's always going around trying to read something or trying to figure things out, asking questions, trying to figure out how the plantation is run. That is a dangerous Negro on this plantation. Sell him down the river or give him a good whipping and stop him from being curious about serious things. Keep him in the silly mode. That is the category that black people are always supposed to be in, the silly mode, the destructive mode. Don't let them think about anything serious, because then they become a danger.
tonight, 'cause the battle is getting hotter in this iration. It's Armageddon. A lot of people won't get no justice tonight, so a lot of people going to have to stand up and fight. But remember to praise Jehovah, and He will guide you in this iration. It's Armageddon. Yeah. Said a lot of ones gonna run and hide tonight, 'cause it's your action. You must get your fraction in this salvation. It's Armageddon.
Yeah, we are going through the places musically, you know, them way there, we call it New Year's Eve. We hope to the people them have them things in order, you know, believe you me. We want to give thanks to reach this far. No, for we never reach so far, you know, them way there, have to really give thanks to life, give thanks to the energy. And you know, so you have to see the goodness in people. You know, so you have goodness in yourself. Because if you don't see goodness in yourself and also goodness in others, you're going to want to do harm to people. So we are say, you have to really understand how you connected to everything that have life. Life, very important. One life, different manifestation of that life. So you have to respect our life form.
A lot of people won't get no supper tonight. A lot of people going to suffer tonight. So a lot of people going to have to stand up and fight.
You make a point, and you made me think about something else you said. You said at one point that black people were just poison, and that they should not just be hanging around each other.
That's one of the instructions. That's one of the instructions in the book, and one of the instructions I constantly repeat. That's why I say when people ask me questions, I try to get them to be specific. Then I can go directly to what the code says about it, because it's all about problem solving. So when you ask black people, well, what black people are qualified to lead other black people and all like that? None. We just exchange views. Why? Because we don't know enough. We're all on that slave ship. See, and so one thing that black people have to do, because we are all poisonous. Neely Fuller is poisonous. I have poison in me, in my mind, and in my body. And every time I come in contact with anybody, I spread that poison. The white supremacists have poisoned all of their victims. There's no such thing as a pure black person, I mean pure in mind, pure in body, on this planet in the system of white supremacy. We're all loaded with poison, and we spread that poison. That's why when we come in contact with each other, there's 3 or 4 of us. You got a recipe for hostility there. The poison is there, and that's one of the first things we have to recognize. So how do we counteract the poison that is in ourselves? We have a code, and the code says one thing: we do not contact each other unless we have something constructive to say or do. Now that's dynamite right there. That will give the white supremacists a headache overnight. If every non-white person, every black person on the planet would just start doing that right this minute, usually use the cliche term overnight, but right this minute, miracles would happen all over the planet just on that one thing alone. Every black person says, I'm not talking to nobody unless I have something constructive to say. Not family members, not people I hang out with. I'm not making trivial conversation under any circumstance. Now that would be painful to black people in the northwestern hemisphere and in other places on the planet, because we are very folksy. We are very ingrained in being folksy, in talking just to be talking. That's a part of our culture. But it spreads poison when we do it. It doesn't start out that way, but you can take 15 black people and sit them in a living room and just having them just talk. The only reason for being there is just to be with each other. We like that. We call that being together. We call that togetherness. We call that, some of us call it black unity. It is not. It's a recipe for disaster. And the record shows it. You don't have to take Neely Fuller's word for it. Get a bunch of black people together and let them run out of conversation, which is what they're going to do when they don't have a plan. Next thing you know, somebody's going to start criticizing somebody or picking at somebody. And the next thing you know, you got an argument. And then the argument escalates maybe into 1 or 2 fights. And then you got yellow tape fluttering all over the neighborhood. Blinking lights and yellow tape. If you were up on the moon looking down on Earth, you could always tell where the black people are. Look for the yellow lights, the yellow tape and the blinking lights. See, that's where the black people are, at each other again. Sneakers pointed toward the sky in a V formation in the middle of the street. Junebug Jones, another statistic, shot 9 times. Blinking lights, radios crackling, people walking around with yellow chalk, circling cartridges. Black culture at its most prominent. Everywhere on the planet, and particularly in the northern hemisphere and the northwestern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Places like we call so-called Brazil. Anywhere you find real dark-skinned people, that's what you find. And white men walking around and white women and some black people walking around with pads in their hands taking notes. Anywhere you find us, particularly as soon as the sun goes down, it starts happening. And many times in broad daylight, wherever you find us. And what is that a result of? Black people, first of all, coming in contact with each other without a constructive plan. You hear this slogan all the time. Black people got to get together. We got to get together. We got to get together. No, black people got to stay a heck away from each other as individuals on a daily basis until you have something constructive to say. Then you get on the cell phone. Now, if we all did that, the first thing you would notice is something very painful. You would notice deafening silence. You walk into a black neighborhood and you think everybody died. Because we wouldn't have anything constructive to say and we wouldn't be saying anything, so everything is quiet. But we can think of things. See, for the first time, probably, in our entire existence, you say, boy, I want to talk to somebody, but on account of, counter-racist logic, on account of the counter-racist code, I can't talk to nobody unless I got something constructive to say. And man, I ain't used to that. Let's see now, I'm going to go over here and sit down in this comfortable chair and I'm going to think of something constructive to say. Because I'm going out of my mind. Trying to think of, I'm just used to saying anything to anybody. Just pick up the phone just because I got one and start dialing people. And next thing you know, I'm cussing somebody out and they're cussing me out and I'm slamming the phone down, That's black people. That's our culture. We worship that culture. But we need to stop that immediately, like right now, and pass that word on. I'm not talking to anybody unless I have something constructive to say. And the minute you have something constructive to say, then that's when you start dialing. That's when you start visiting people. Don't sit up in nobody's living room on their sofa and whatnot unless you have a constructive reason for being there to say something or being there to help them do something constructive. Otherwise, you have no business being there. Not for 5 minutes. I'm not going to visit anybody, ever, in their place of residence unless I have a constructive reason for being there, and that constructive reason has got to be announced before I get there so they'll know where I'm coming. That's code. That's the kind of military discipline that we need to get us out of this mess. And when we do that, that's something we don't have. That doesn't take a long, drawn-out plan where you have to have a big assembly of people and whatnot and go and pay to some, Neely Fuller to speak to a huge audience. You don't have to do that. These are things you can do right instantly. And then spread this word. And it will create a miracle all over the world. The white supremacists will be saying, oh, these people, wow. I mean, these black people have suddenly gotten weird on us. They will not hold a conversation unless it has a constructive value to it. If you use something, you learn something that you can use. They will not talk to anybody unless that's going on. The black people that come on the job and running their mouths and popping gum all day and all like that, and you can hear them from the back of the room, all like that, they have stopped doing that. They don't do that anymore. And they did it overnight. They don't do it, period. That's a part of their religion. They simply will not do that. Even when they want to do it, they won't do it. Because they get these urges, but then they catch themselves. Even when they start a conversation and they realize that the conversation ain't going nowhere, it's just jive talk or something like that, they stop it. They stop it immediately and say, I'll talk to you some other time. I have to go. I have business to attend to. Suppose everybody, every black person, immediately, from Johannesburg to New York to Dalton, Georgia, just suddenly got in that mode of thinking and actually started doing it right this minute. The whole world would change, and the white supremacists would be nervous as all get out. I mean, they would say, hey, our business is being threatened. Get those black people to high-fiving and fist-bumping and shucking and jiving and hugging each other and hanging out with each other on the corner and whatnot without any constructive reason except you're here and I'm here and let's get somebody else here and let's talk to each other so at some point we can do what we usually do best. You start joning each other, start criticizing each other, and then in 15 minutes be at each other's throats. Or gunfire all over the place. That unmistakable sound. Pop, 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 pop. You know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Those of you who have heard it. And I've heard it all too much and too long. And it all comes from one basic thing. Black people being in contact with people without a constructive reason for the contact. That car rolls up. Hey, man. We're just kind of hanging out. Get in. Wait a minute. No. Where are you all going? All 6 of you sitting in that car. Where are you going? You want me to squeeze in there and y'all going somewhere? Where are you going? And what are you going to do when you get where you're going? Oh, man, we just kind of chilling. We hanging. No. Enough hanging. Okay? I'm not going. And when you all think of something constructive to do, when you say you're going somewhere and paint somebody's barn or something like that, call me. Oh, man, I thought you was my buddy. That's how we going to be buddies for a long time. Rather than be somewhere locked up, all 7 of us. Now, I ain't being mean. I'm just saying we need to change some of our ways. Last time I was in the car with y'all had to step on the gas and get out of that driveway right quick before the roller showed up. Why? Because that's the kind of stuff that we breathe when we are together. And we need to acknowledge that, first of all, to ourselves, not to the rest of the world. They already know it. We need to say that we are poisonous. And the best antidote for that poison is for us not to be in contact with each other even on holidays, unless we got a constructive reason for doing so. And as soon as that constructive reason is taken care of, get as far away from each other as we possibly can until we think of another constructive reason for getting together. Okay, well, I'm going to say something that's controversial, as usual, I guess. But according to the code, black males and black females do not have a relationship. And the relationships that we have in the system of white supremacy is just an arrangement. They're not real relationships. We can't have it. There's no way to achieve that in the system. So you compensate. Compensate by what? By first of all saying that this is an arrangement. It's just a temporary arrangement, we hope, because we can only get the arrangement that we need when we are not under the system of white supremacy. There's no such thing as a black person being the head of a household. Like the black male will say, well, I'm the man in the house. First of all, you're not a man, according to the code, or according to logic. We're not qualified to be men. Men can take care of what they have to take care of. Boys are dependent on men. I'm in a boy condition. So you just have boys and girls, that's black people. Now we try to go through the actions, we try to pretend that's what we are, but we're doing the worst thing we possibly can do when we go that route, and that's fool ourselves. So we do the best we can as equal partners and equal prisoners in the prison of war, because that's who we are, according to the evidence. We've been captive. We are still in captivity. So how can I walk up to a black female and say, you are my woman? Me? I am disqualified. I've been disqualified from that long before I was born, because my father and father before me and the father before him, they were all in captivity. They were all under the system of white supremacy. I cannot demand anything of the black female. Why? Because I can't demand anything of myself. Everything that I get, that I give to her, or any help that I get, that I give to her, look at it now, in all truth, where do I get that help from? The white supremacists. They are taking care of me. So when I tell her that I'm taking care of you, that's impossible. That can't be done. I'm just passing on what I can get from the white supremacists to her. So it's the white supremacists who feeds her and clothes her. I can't take credit for any of that. We're both prisoners chained in the bottom of the ship. I don't own anything. I'm not a man. I'm disqualified from that. And I won't be qualified as long as I'm subject to the system of white supremacy. I know that hurts your feelings, Neely Fuller, but wake up and smell the coffee. That's the truth. It's not your feelings that's at stake here. It's solving a problem. And the first thing you need to solve a problem is you need the truth. Every general in every army that's worth anything will say, look, tell me what I'm up against. Tell me what my status is. Don't tell me that I'm strong when I'm weak, because that's how I will lose this battle that I got to go into. Every football coach understands that. You don't run out on that field declaring that you're ready for football and you haven't even been practicing. But when it comes to black malehood, black manhood, that is, we declare that we are men without being qualified. And we got to stop that. And in a practical sense, I want to say this while I'm thinking about it, because there's so many hundreds of things that I have to say. But I want to say this right now. No black male ever got no business raising his hand and hitting a black female.
That's right.
Unless it's in self-defense, like she's swinging an axe at you or something. Now, if you're sitting there, this calmly, drinking your coffee or whatever, and she comes rushing out of the kitchen swinging an axe, then you have to defend yourself. But jumping up and saying, I'm the man in this house, and I tell you what to do, and you better do it, When did you get qualified to do that? How? When have you hit her? Now, when that white supremacist walks across your living room floor and muddies up your carpet, you don't tell him who's in charge. So stop shamming. Everybody out there within the sound of my voice who's been doing that, who has seen that happen to their own mothers and whatnot, like it's going on out there right now. That shouldn't ever happen. So what does the code say about it from the female viewpoint? First time, last time. That's it. First time he hits you, it's over. I don't care if you have to stay there, because most likely you do. You don't have a place to go and all like that. But that was a declaration that this so-called arrangement, this relationship, this whatever you want to call it, this marriage, this sham, this whatever it is, has just been announced that it is over because you don't have any business hitting her because you're mad about something. Ever. Argue, walk around and fume, walk outside the house, and go take a walk and whatnot. Until it all wears off. But don't dare raise your hand and then have it come down and connect on that lady who is not to blame for your condition. I don't care if she did stay out all night. Now that just means that if you feel like hitting her, what does that mean? Because some people say, oh man, but you don't know this woman I got, man. You just talking about women in general. You need to hook up with this one I got. Right. No, that applies to her too. Now, because if you get mad enough to hit her, what does that mean, logically speaking? That means you don't need her. You need somebody else. Because you're not supposed to be there with nobody that you got to hit. That's what that means. You have been grossly mismatched. If you even feel like you got to hit her, you need to get somebody else right now. Because that's not supposed to happen. But if you want to stay there, you definitely don't hit her. I don't care what she does. I don't care how many times she get in her face and say, I ain't going to do nothing. I ain't hitting the liquor. I ain't going on the job today. Now you resolve that some other way other than raising your hand to hit her. You're not qualified. A black male is not qualified to hit no black female ever was born. As an aggression thing, as a straightening her out. Unless it's in direct self-defense. But because she threw away all the rent money? No. That just means, hey, you need to get out of there and get you somebody else that you don't have to hit. Or who ain't going to spend the rent money. But don't you hit them. That's all I'm saying. That's the bottom line. Argue, fuss, stay up all night, make a lot of noise, but don't dare connect bodily harm. No bodily harm. No bodily harm. Ever. Because once you do it, she has no obligation to you from that point on. That should be the black code. I'm not talking about waiting on the white supremacists to walk in there and lecture you on how you should act. I'm talking about you should make that announcement yourself, to yourself, that if I ever hit her, I know that it's over, because that's the contract we have made. It's over. She's free to do anything from that point on. Be with as many people, many males as she want to be with or anything. She can come in here the very next 15 minutes with whole boyfriend and say he's going to spend the night. And I ain't supposed to open my mouth. Why? Because I hit her. I no longer have no authority. I gave it up when I hit her. That should be a part of the black code, and I'm serious about that. Now, we need to contemplate that, and that needs to be said in every college.
Get out of my home,
your blessing come falling down. Each one should love and obey. So we'll be patient and show us the way, that we will never go astray. If you don't love who you see today, yeah, you can't in love with my Father. If you don't love who you see today, yeah, you can't in love with my Father. Why do we part? If you don't love who you see today, you can't in love with my Father. If you don't love who you see today, yeah, you can't in love with my Father. Why do we part? Give thanks and praise every day. So we'll be patient and show us the way, that we will never go astray. Oh yeah, money in my pocket, but I just can't get no love. Money in my pocket, but I just can't
listening to Muta Baruka.
So the journey continue, yes.
Bazooka. You are listening to Muta Baruka.
NFL or football for at least 50 years, if ever again. There needs to be a moratorium on gangster rap. There needs to be a moratorium on black movies coming out of Hollywood.
Mhm.
There needs to be a moratorium on the NBA. And there needs to be a moratorium on the NFL. Those four institutions have done more to damage the self-concept of black people and black children in particular than anything else white supremacy can give. Okay, white supremacy has a propaganda machine of its own. But what black people are doing themselves to destroy even more horrendous than what white folks are doing. Tyler Perry, by himself, has done more to destroy the image of the black man and the black woman than anything the United States government has done.
Don't say nothing about Tyler Perry.
Gangster rappers have done more to destroy the image of black men than anything the white man is doing. These Hollywood movies, the NFL and the NBA has done more to change the self-image and trajectory of black boys to the point that they think the only thing they can become in life is a football player and an athlete. And so the get-rich-quick mentality in our community, the get-rich-quick mentality has a lot to do with high school dropout. And it has a lot to do with why we have so many young men in jail trying to get rich, breaking the law, because their community worships at the feet of black people who have gotten rich quick. And we have to understand that most of our children will not get rich quick. And so we should not worship in any culture that says a black person can get rich quick, because only a few of them can, most cannot. We need to have a moratorium on all four of those institutions.
That's so true. I think we should have our own businesses and our own community. My thing is, I ask this question a lot, and I say this question on my show all the time. I ask people this in the street. I'm like, we got all these, these rich football players, actresses, actors, and movie directors and stuff. Why won't they all just put a million and open up their own bank?
Well, you'll never get that from the rich.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you got to understand about wealthy blacks, the reason why they're paid so much, not wealthy, you don't own anything, rich blacks, the reason why they're paid so much is because they are given enough money so they're comfortable enough to turn it back on their people. You remember, let's go back to the 40s and the 50s and the 60s when you had Jesse Owens and Muhammad Ali and all these types of black athletes. They regularly spoke up for the black community. Athletes back then still lived in the same neighborhood, so they could never be cut off from their responsibilities to their people because they still live with them. So what the American government had to do, and the big business, they said, look, if we want to use these people, we're going to have to separate them from their people somehow. Because if the black community remains their power base, then they're going to remain loyal to black people. So we have to create a situation where it's more white people buying Muhammad Ali's boxing tickets than black people.
Mm-hmm.
We got to create a situation where there's more white people buying Jay-Z's music than black people. We have to create a situation where there's more white people going to Beyonce concerts than black people. Because if the black community remains the power base for the black athlete and the black entertainer, they're going to have to be loyal to it, which means as they get richer, so does their community. We cannot have that. We have to cut them off from the black community by changing their power base. So there was a deliberate effort to change the power base. If you look at the power base of hip-hop music, it's white. Most hip-hop music is bought by white kids, not black people. If you look at Hollywood, most of the Hollywood black films, they're financed by white folks. So they have totally made rich blacks dependent on whites as their power base. And once they did that, okay, that made it difficult for them to speak out in our behalf because they could be destroyed because after all, we're not going to protect them. Now don't get me wrong, they have a responsibility to speak for us. None of them are doing it. As far as I'm concerned, they all sell out. But at the same time, we got to ask ourselves, if LeBron James spoke out against Obama and what he's not doing for black children, would we back him or would we criticize him? If Oprah Winfrey stood up and said, look, there's racism in America and it's keeping my people back far in excess of what's happening to poor whites, would we back her or would we just, we love to clap for people when they say the right thing.
Right.
People clap for me all the time, and I've helped out hundreds of black people, thousands with their children. I've done free lectures for hundreds of black organizations who didn't have any money. I do a lot of things that people don't even know. But guess what? When my book went out for sale, most of them people who I helped, they didn't buy one copy.
Wow.
Organizations who I came and spoke for, they didn't buy one copy. Black parents who I helped get their kids out of situations, they didn't buy one copy of my book. So I'm only saying that to say it doesn't matter to me. I expect that from Negroes, but my point is, if you're going to be in this work, you got to be in it for the right reasons. You cannot be in this work to be rewarded or to be worshipped. It's not going to happen. You know, what did Marcus Garvey say? Marcus Garvey said leadership means pain, blood, and death.
Thank you.
Pain, blood, and death. What did Medgar Evers White say? Medgar Evers White said that he was so expectant of his death that we even used to joke about it on a regular basis.
Wow.
And for him, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be taken away. And by the way, I have a profound respect for Medgar Evers because he's actually in this game a little bit before Malcolm and King. And although none of them are no better than the rest, all of our leaders, I think, are on the same equal plane, although some made contribution that exceeded the others. One thing about Medgar Evers that I just got to respect about that brother, especially him to be so young, he was only about 36, 37 when he was executed, but he resolved to do his work and die doing it. So did Malcolm and so did King. But whereas they had some anxieties about death, Medgar was resolute about it. And that doesn't take away anything from them because, I mean, knowing that your life is going to be taken from you isn't anything easy to deal with. But Medgar Evers stands out to me as a shining example of a martyrdom. He's the closest thing, in my opinion, almost to like a modern-day Nat Turner, who stood up to do a job, you know, knowing that it would lead to their demise, but went ahead and did it anyway without the least bit of shame, least bit of guilt, and the least bit of worry. And so we have to make sure that we don't cease to recognize Medgar Evers when we talk about all the other greats who were taken from us, again, with none being greater than any of the others. But remember, it was Medgar Evers who investigated the Emmett Till murder. He went alone. None of the other black leaders went down there to help him out. None of them went. Civil rights movement didn't go. Nation of Islam didn't go. None of them went. It was Medgar Evers alone who went down there to investigate that. So we got to make sure we don't forget this brother and great ancestor.
It's electric.
You can't see it. It's electric. You gotta feel it. It's electric. Ooh, it's shocking. It's electric. She's a moving Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening, but they fought with expert timing. There were funky Chinamen from funky Chinatown. They were chopping them up, they were chopping them down. It's an ancient Chinese art, and everybody knew their part. From a fainting to a slip, and a kicking from the hip. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning.
R.I.P. R.I.P.
But it was with expert timing. There was funky Billy Chin and little Sammy Chung. He said, "Here comes the big boss. Let's get it on." We took the bow and made a stand. Started swaying with the hand. A sudden motion made me skip. Now we're into a brand new trip. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening, but they did it with expert timing. Oh yeah.
Area Shot. You are listening to Muta Baruka.
Hey, gotta say, yeah. Lonely soul, was I without duration? I didn't know which way that I had to go. I saw the clues to life unanswered questions. My mind's heart had to know. I heard it call while wandering through the darkness. I'd walk a million miles to find an endless voice that speaks to me when I am in temptation. Take away my choice. He said, "Seek, ye shall find. I've been with you through all time. If you're thirsty, I will quench you with my love. And if you're hungry, I will feed you with my word. And all I ask of you is that you love as I do. And if you lose your way, I'll lead you to my love. From a sinful life, I'll cleanse you in my love. For creation, there's a weakness of my love. You know that, you should know it's time for the world to try love. The only love that can bring peace in. So won't you try
not afraid. Those who
believe I will save. And if you're thirsty, I will quench you with my love. And if you're hungry, I will feed you with my word. And all I ask of you is that you love as I do. And if you lose your way, I lead you to my love. From a sinful life, I'll cleanse you in my love. For creation bears a weakness of my love. I know that you should know it's time for the word to.
Yeah, man, reggae night. You live on your love. So turn on the light, make it shine bright. And listen to this. Jam it. Reggae night. We come together when the feeling right. Reggae night. And we'll be jamming till the morning light. Oh, any ring just call. Got to get my things. Got to catch this ride. Gotta look my best, 'cause I know they'll be mashing it up tonight. Oh, reggae night. We come together when the feeling right. Reggae night. And we'll be jamming till the morning light. Oh, we'll find it happens only once a year. So don't miss out on this session here. Oh.
don't want to listen, that don't understand. I'm talking, let's so-called the boule people who think that they better, the black people who don't understand. How do we deal with them? Because I say off with their goddamn heads. That's what I say. Cut off with their heads like Queen and Zinger. So how do we deal with those people right there?
Okay. Remember, every group in history has had a population of traitors amongst them. Every race has had their traitors. You turn on the news every day, and some country is executing somebody for betraying the ideals of the people. What makes traitors amongst our race so unique, Sister Nikki, so unique is, number one, we have more than any other race. And that speaks directly to our helplessness, hopelessness, and self-hatred. Most black people don't want to be black, and so they willingly join the forces of their oppressor against their own people, because being a part of anything is better than what I am. That's why when you see black police officers, black people who work for the courts, black people who have civil service jobs, whenever you see a black person working for the government, if you notice, they have a special type of an arrogance about them. Not all, but most of them do. If you go into a court and you see this black people working there, they might be the clerk of the judge, they might be a patrol officer, security officer, police on the street, it could be someone giving you out parking tickets. But black people who work for the government have a special type of an arrogance. Why? Because they are proud that they have been allowed to align themselves with their oppressor. A minute ago I said there's 5 characteristics that all oppressed people have in common. Let me give these to you. The first one is all oppressed people, like to identify with their oppressor. We have to understand it. All oppressed people like to identify with their oppressor. Now, it sounds like a contradiction, and it is, but you have to understand the nature of oppression makes one want to escape it by what? Any means necessary. And if joining the forces of the oppressor helps you escape your oppression, you will do that. So that's number one. All oppressed people like to identify with their oppressors. Number 2, oppressed people do not like to accept responsibility for the role that they play in their continued oppression. Oppressed people do not like to accept responsibility for the role that they play. For example, you'll hear brothers and sisters point out the white man, the white man, the white man, the white man, as I also do. But then on the flip side of that coin, I'm saying what? We have the exclusive responsibility of solving our own problems, and we have the resources to do it. That's totally different from the Negro who says we are doomed unless the white man changes his policy. We are doomed unless the white man changes his policy. We don't talk about the fact that we just got finished wasting about $50 billion on Christmas gifts. We don't want to talk about the fact we just got finished wasting about $5 billion on Thanksgiving dinner. We don't want to talk about the fact we just got finished wasting about $15 billion in after Christmas sales. We don't want to talk about the fact we just got finished wasting about $8 billion on nightclubs celebrating Christmas and New Year. And not to mention the money we blew on Kwanzaa, so-called Black Christmas. You see, so we don't like to take responsibility. We just want to look at the oppressor. Third, oppressed people tend to look up to members of their group who have been able to join forces with the oppressor. These are very contradictory facts, Sister Mitch, but people have to understand them to understand a black predicament. People will say, well, if I'm being oppressed, why would I look up to somebody in my group who has joined the oppressor and is now being used against me? We have all kinds of examples in our history. Every black person who gets promoted to a privileged position within the white hierarchy is automatically what? Celebrated by oppressed people. Barack Obama, he's celebrated. Okay? He's not viewed suspiciously as he should be. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Condoleezza Rice, Herman Cain, these people are what? Celebrated. Even though we know that they're working with the oppressor, we're still happy that they made it out. Which is why I always say, Sister Nikki, we make a big mistake, not you and I, but black people in general make a big mistake in assuming that most black people have a problem with white supremacy. That's not true. Let me say it again. Most black people do not have a problem with white supremacy. Their problem is with the fact that white supremacy did not give them the opportunity to join forces. We have to be clear about that. So when you go into a conscious meeting, when you go into a community meeting to organize black people, please don't assume that because they showed up, it's because they wanted to exterminate white supremacy. They do not. Most of them will gladly join forces when given the opportunity, and that's why most of your black leaders have turned into traitors the minute they got an opportunity to join the enemy, and Al Sharpton would be the perfect modern example of that. The perfect modern example of that. What else do we know about oppressed people? They are terrified of the oppressor. Scared shitless, Sister Nikki. Scared shitless. They will talk big and bad in private settings, but when they are in front of that enemy, like I am in the courtroom or in the schools or in the jail, then there's a whole different rap that they give, which is why you have to study black people to make sure you're not aligning yourself with somebody who's only participating in the conscious movement because there's some sort of personal benefit in it. See, we got to understand something, Sister Nikki. The black struggle, which includes the conscious community, supersedes that. The black struggle, because you got a lot of black folk who believe they're participating in the struggle on all levels, from academia down to the streets, mid-range struggle. The black struggle has been turned into a business. It is a product to be sold. Just like you sell sneakers, earrings, cars, and clothes, we are now selling the conscious movement. Now, I want to distinguish between something. There's nothing wrong with somebody making a profit that they need to live on as a side effect of participating in the struggle. So if Brother Umar is making money somehow within this struggle as a side effect and giving something back, that's not conscious capitalism. But if you're making money in the struggle and you're not giving anything back and your primary reason for being in the struggle is to make a dollar, now that's conscious capitalism. And we have to recognize that there's a difference there. But unfortunately, there's so much money to be made in black leadership, so much money to be made on the lecture circuit, so much money to be made in books, DVDs, paraphernalia, food, you name it, that our total struggle has been sold out on all levels by most of us because it's no longer relevant to move us from where we are to where we need to be. It's simply a way and means of doing what? Getting paid. So I might be selling you some sneakers, Sister Nikki, but would I wear those sneakers myself? Do I actually stand behind my sneakers? Probably not. I'm simply trying to get you to buy it. And we have to recognize in the black struggle, which includes the conscious community but is not limited to it, within the black struggle, you have a lot of people who really don't believe in what they talk about, Sister Nikki. They do it because it is a means to a financial end.
Mm-hmm.
I know a place. Ain't nobody crying. Ain't nobody worried. Ain't no smiling faces. No, lying to the races. Help me. Come on. Somebody help me now. I'll take you there.
Yeah, yeah. I remember wasn't so long ago, we had a one-room shack and the living was low. And my mama boss helped raise me and my bro. Wasn't easy, but we did it with the little that flow. Worked hard, got us up to school every day. Kept our eyes on the stars of the skies so great. Gave us drive to survive, really showed us the way. Hey, go! Bounty killer in the building, taking on the number one station. The times are high, old men are deep to cry. Just never give up. You can never give up. In this life you believe if you only believe. And in order to achieve what you need, you can never give up. You can never give up. And this hope that keeps me holding on. And on. And this hope that makes it carry on. Homegrown, couldn't have made it alone. I got a wonderful life, 2 kids of my own. With a strong foundation that was carved in stone. And my mama, father, love that made my house a home. Made me wonder sometime if this was meant to be. All this for a humble little guy like me. And all I ever really wanted was a family. To teach my kids the same value that she gave to me. She's the sun to the times and the tides are high. And the bold baby rocky, you could cry, just never give up. You can never give up. In this life you believe if you only believe. And in order to achieve what you need, you can never give up. You can never give up. And this hope that keeps me holding on. And this hope that makes me carry on. Not gonna step up, things are go better. Never make yourself be overcome by the pressure. Cool ya me brother, have faith instead of. Sit down on our channel and fight one another. Blaze like fire, we not go retire. God not sleep and I'm a inspire. We have to reach fire, other things require. We have to make them up before the time expires.
Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still have you like that. No, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone press will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know Rico. I know what Bo don't know. Touch them up and go. Oh, ching-ching-ching. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Still have it like that. Extraordinary. Juice like a strawberry. Money to burn, baby, all of the time. Caught the fit, it's me. Fit to cut the shit. Come juggle with me. Say every time. Come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Dial emergency number. Still have it like that. Na 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 na. So we do it, man. Na 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 na. Hey, sound like a jackrabbit. Finish.
Mercy, the man them inna the party. The whole of them sexy. Watch them look at follow me. Everywhere me go, the man them a rush me. Just a wait for pretty boy, I want to love me. I need them love. Yes, I need them love. Show them know me sweet and me sexy. Everywhere me go, me say me ever ready. I need them love. Yes, I need them love. But I don't want somebody loving everybody. I need a shy guy, some kind of guy who only be mine. Mercy, the money me not the party. The whole of them sexy. Watch them just follow me.
remember where we've been. We gotta go back to the old beliefs again, to find a way that we can all survive and give our children a chance to live their lives. Our leaders speak so loud for us to hear, the same old words that drive us all to fear. They don't know just what the people feel, 'cause everywhere the message is so clear. We're all in the same boat, living in a world with just one hope. All in the same boat. Ooh, that's life all over.
Mr. Muhammad teaches us that man is judged by his conscious behavior, and the conscious behavior collectively of the white race toward non-white people has been the type of behavior that is practiced only by a devil or devils.
So that in essence you feel that white men per se are devils.
He teaches us that God told him that the white race is a race of devils.
Teaching this kind of a doctrine of hate and a doctrine of separationism is bound to inflame the passions of people, wouldn't you imagine?
The deeds that the white man has committed against black people is what is inflaming black people. There's no teaching inflames anyone. It's what you do to a man that inflames him. And if the white man wants black people to love him, then he should do something to warrant that love.
The entire Negro population, the group feels the way you do about it. I think they're probably more than willing to take their share of the world that's available to them and enjoy themselves in it.
How about you?
I have no comment on this stuff. If he doesn't think that very many Negroes think like I do, then he is being mighty naive. Do you think that Negroes are going to continue to live in a society where dogs can be sicked on them at will and not do something about it? You're out of your mind.
Is there anyone here that would like to comment after having heard what Mr. X said?
No, I don't.
How about you, sir? Would you like to comment?
I don't agree with him because I'm not a follower of Muhammad myself. I think that all people have been mistreated in some form or another. But I don't agree with him. I don't follow Muhammad. I don't think anyone should follow one man. I think they should follow their own conscience. I think the main problem of most Negroes is that they feel sorry for themselves, and I think that this keeps them back much more than they would be if they didn't feel so sorry for themselves.
If Martin Luther King, Roy Wilkins, or any of these compromising Negroes who say exactly what the white man wants to hear is interviewed anywhere in the country, you don't get anybody to offset what they say. But whenever a black man stands up and says something that white people don't like, then the first thing that white man does is run around to try and find somebody to say something to offset what has just been said. This is natural, but it is done.
We're all in the same hole.
You are listening to Muta Baruka.
You say you're hurting, oh, 'cause they say I'm flirting, oh no. You just can't take it anymore. Your friends say I'm no good for you, but in my heart I'm so true. A partner for life, we can be sure. You asked me for some time to clear your mind. I stayed away, it hurt so much without your touch. Now I'm back and you say just a little bit longer, baby, 'cause my love keeps growing stronger. A little more time to say, but in my head a love song plays for you and me. We played in the rain together. A feeling lives on forever. Memories that bring tears of joy. We've had our share of bad times too, hurting each other, me and you. Brought us much closer in the end. There's just too much we both want for to put it all down the drain. I stayed away just for a while, but now you're driving me insane. Just a little bit longer, baby, oh my love keeps growing stronger. A little more time to say, but in my head a love song plays for you. And just a little bit longer, baby, but my love keeps growing stronger. A little more Every second they call me missile over, man, they call me missile over.
I'm not gonna take it easy. You won't get away tonight. The vibe that's flowing through me makes me feel alright. You can say you're full of attraction. Now it's a chance to show me emotion. I've waited so long. You better come on strong, Mr. Loverman. Thrill me with it, Mr. Loverman. Mr. Loverman. I can't wait.
Wait this for what? You got the inner you make me come. Tell me with it. I'm going to lay down and make you feel me with it. Because really that is my favorite habit. And when me lay down, you know me not run from it. They call me missile over, man, they call me missile over. Missile over, man, they call me missile over. They call me missile over, man, they call me missile over. A woman take a picture coming from England. To satisfy her soul, you know, so she wants a man boss. It's a man in you, buck up fun. I'm going to make you explode, just like a man. Every hour, every minute, but every second they call me missile over, man, they call me missile over.
Propaganda is essential to any military campaign. Black people tend not to understand propaganda. And the reason why we tend not to understand propaganda is because the propaganda channels, the mediums, the conduits, the radio, the television, the newspaper, we tend to just treat as forms of entertainment. We don't see them as military strategy. When there's a movie depicting black people in a negative image, when there's caricatures in the newspaper making jokes about black people, we tend to just see it as political entertainment. We don't see it as laying the foundation before the storm. That's exactly what they did in Wilmington. You always seek to create a context that allows your military campaign to be acceptable. There's always context. You study Adolf Hitler in Nazi Germany. He had a propaganda campaign that lasted over a year before he began to physically oppress the Jews. He had to make sure that the national mindset had been conditioned to accept the extermination to come. In Wilmington, North Carolina, the same exact thing happened years before Nazi Germany. Through the magazines, through the radio, through word of mouth, through stage play, they created negative images of black people in the minds of white folk in case there were any liberals who would have been against what they were going to do. They were slowly able to reform their opinion by constantly repeating negative information about the target population. See, the one thing about the brain that we got to understand is the creature of repetition. Whoever has the most access to the brain rules the brain. It's all about volume, not quality. The more you tell people that a certain group of people are no good, the more you show images, the more you show sounds, song, poem, dance, projecting negative information about a people, sooner or later the subconscious begins to get conditioned automatically, because you can't turn off the subconscious to what it sees and what it hears. Sound and image, you cannot stop it except to stay away from it. So sound and image are critical to any propaganda campaign because they help lessen the defenses of anyone who may be against what you're trying to do. It's the same thing happening right now. There is a direct assault on the image of the black man and woman internationally. So when mass incarceration, homicide takes place, nobody cares what's happening to black folk because they've already been conditioned to believe that these people are better off dead anyway. So propaganda is the first stage of military warfare. Right now, we're being set up for another extermination campaign. It's going to be worse than what went on in Wilmington, Tulsa, Charleston, Rosewood. It's going to be worse. Whenever the propaganda gets worse, then you know the extermination is going to be that much worse, because you see how far the exterminator had to go in order to condition the people to prepare them for the carnage to come.
listen up, top draw dollars, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4, catch pot, drive time draws, up next.
We're speaking with Dr. Umar Johnson, and Dr. Johnson, I was asking about Chicago, because, you know, we're speaking about our quote-unquote leaders. They've all been there, including Minister Farrakhan, and still the shooting seems going on unabated. What is going on? What can you say to these young people that you think will resonate with them and they'll put down their firearms?
Well, number one, we have to understand something, that the violence we see follows a very clear path. And that very clear path is that wherever you see the most violence, you also see the most oppression and the most lack of opportunity. Now, Chicago is the 3rd largest city in America, probably the largest black metropolis in the country, second only possibly to New York City. And so you're also seeing one of the highest rates of black joblessness. You're seeing one of the highest rates of incarceration. You're seeing one of the highest rates of drug abuse. And you're also seeing one of the highest rates of black child neglect and abuse, not just from families, but I'm talking about from the system. I mean, look at what's happening in Chicago. It's the largest public school shutdown operation in the country. Philadelphia is second. So you have to put the violence in context. Those young black men in Chicago who are killing each other are also unemployed. They're also stressed out. Many of their fathers are in jail. Some of their mothers are probably strung out on drugs. They go to schools where they're not wanted. They can't find a job. All of a lack of opportunity breeds anger, it breeds depression, it breeds agitation and fury. Violence is the release of all that negative energy that we are so often expected to hold in. We held it in slavery because we still had some unity. We held it in during the civil rights movement to some extent because we still had some unity. But today, you have almost no serious black movement that is targeting the youth. And so all of that negative energy, they can't hold it because they're really not seeing any sunshine on the horizon that would allow them to transmute that negative energy into something more positive. They are desperate. They are downtrodden. I know this because I speak in Chicago more than any other city. In fact, I'll be back on November 2nd for the parent conference. But in Chicago, our black males are suffering. Wherever the violence is, there's also the most oppression. And as far as organization, in Chicago and in other cities not really being of any consequence to the youth, it's because they're not providing them with opportunities, Carl. Where are the jobs? Where are the schools just for our young people? Where's the housing for our young people? Where's the trade school programs that makes high school meaningful for our young people? Which is why so many of them are dropping out onto the streets, because they know that a high school diploma isn't necessarily a guarantee for anything in America if you're black. So we have to look at how the organizations, all of them, are failing our young people. And that is why you see so much violence. The violence is nothing more than pain being externally directed.
So what do we do?
Well, you have to start providing them with opportunity. Number one, we got to find jobs for the young teenagers. Number two, we got to have trade skill building programs for the older teenagers that allows them to work and learn at the same time. Learn while you earn. You're in the plumbing program. You're in the carpentry program. I'm going to teach you how to fix cars. I'm going to teach you how to repair a car that's been in an accident. You're going to be in a masonry program. You're going to be in an HVAC program. And while you're in that program, you're also going to be getting paid. Look at that. That's a 2-for-1. Any of those young men will pick up that opportunity to learn something. Our young people do not want to be killers. They do not want to be hanging on the street. But the community doesn't have anything for them. And they're mad at us, and they're mad at the system. They're mad at racism, and they're also mad at the community neglect black people who are constantly telling them to pull their pants up, constantly telling them what they are doing wrong, never being told when they're doing something right. So they have simply shut us all out, and they have created a culture of their own based on violence.
Baruka. You are listening to Muta Baruka.
Hey, when the road is tall up yonder, I've got to be there, alright. When the road is tall up yonder, yes, I want to be there. But when the reading is playing in the dance, I gotta be there, oh Lord. Yes, I gotta be there, Lord, no. But I was singing and dancing sweet reggae music songs, and all the folks in the dance all night long and long. 'Cause when the road is called up yonder, integrity, yes, it gotta be there. When the road is called up yonder, then the star will be singing there. I'll be singing a happy, happy song. All the saints will be dancing all along, all along, all along. When the road is calling up yonder, I'll be there, alright. And I'll be singing my favorite songs. I will be singing it all along. 'Cause when the road is called, when the road called, when the roll is calling the dance, I was singing down there. 'Cause all the sisters are dancing, all the sisters are dancing. Then I say, hey, that's a sweet piece of song. It nice to dance and serve me long, yeah. Then I say, Lord, what a sweet piece of song. Give it all night long, all night long. 'Cause when the roll is called, then I'll be there, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there, I'll be singing there. Oh, but I'll be playing the music on my guitar. I feel the vibes going right. Lord, it's moving like a dynamite. Oh, it's moving, Lord, out of sight. And all the people feel alright. So when it call, we gonna be there. Whoa. When it call, we gotta be there. Whoa, whoa.
Our situation is not going to be changed by educated black people. One thing we got to understand about black scholars, yesterday and today, okay? And this isn't meant to demean any of them, okay? Scholars have rarely been at the forefront of our struggles. I don't care if they're Afrocentric, I don't care what they are. Scholars are rarely at the forefront of our struggle. People like Amos Wilson, Dr.Clarke, okay, Dr.Ben, those folks are exceptions. I'm an exception. But the average scholar, even the historians, okay, I'm leaving nobody out of this, are rarely going to participate in our struggle. And we need to understand that. They might provide you with some information, but they're not necessarily going to participate in that struggle. Okay, scholars, that's one of the biggest contradictions of our experience. Our most learned people rarely play a decisive role in our struggles. They normally give advice and they stay in the background. Most of them is because, you know, they were never really married to the struggle in the first place. They were just married to the information. They were never married to the substance and to the action. And then a lot of them work for white universities and colleges. So at the end of the day, when the shit jump off, you can't count on them because they have a tenured professor job. You think they're going to give up their tenured professor job to help black people? You say, well, wait a minute, brother, ain't you the Afrocentric man? That don't mean shit. Most of them niggas are self-serving. They are about checks and status. And we have to understand that. It's the brothers on the corner who you want to go to war with, not the brothers in the lecture hall. The brothers in the lecture hall don't do no banging. They don't do no organizing. When is the last time you seen a well-celebrated African historian participate in a march, participate in a rally, participate in a picket, put their name on the line, get on the TV and fight for Mamiya, fight for the Move 9, okay, fight for Russell Schultz, okay, fight for Marshall Eddie Conway? You don't see them doing that. Most of them are very, very safe men.
and very, very safe women. They do not get involved in struggle. And one of our issues in the conscious community is we tend to go to them for the leadership. They're not going to be your leaders. They are not fighters. They are intellectuals, and that's all they are. And if you keep on looking to them for leadership, we're not going to get anywhere. And I only say that because we got to get very critical about our situation. We got to get very, very critical. We got to understand, okay, find those few scholars that's going to bang with us. We know Dr. Umar, he's going to bang with us. He worked for himself. He don't work for the crack. He's going to bang for us. Find a few other ones who are going to bang for us, okay? Brothers who are willing to donate their time and their energy without necessarily being paid for it all the time. Find those few and get them to bang with you, okay? Because a lot of them are about self-aggrandizement and a lot of them are about money. That's just the reality, y'all. I work with them, okay? It's just the reality, okay? Those brothers on the corner, those are the ones I want. If I got to go to war, bring me the brother fresh out of jail. Bring me the sister who got 2 strikes. Don't bring me some Negro with a $250,000 house out in the suburbs and a PhD. That's the last Negro I'm going to bang with because he got too much to lose. He got an education so he can live comfortably with white people. He didn't get his education to sacrifice for black people. My whole time working on my doctorate, I knew that I'm doing this for my people, and if I lose it, so be it, because this is nothing but a weapon for the oppressed. We got to get very strategic when it comes to this military science piece, black people. And we can't think just because somebody's talking black that they're going to be on the front line. Alternative is an exception. Attorney alternative is an exception. Most black scholars are not going to step out there for the people like that. They write books, they give lectures, they'll do any of that. But when you say, look, we got to go down here and protest the beating of his brother by the cops, don't call them.
Continue.
Dreadlock. Your daddy say you shouldn't play with me, but tell him that it's alright. Curl love. Now that I'm a dreadlock, your daddy say you shouldn't play with me. The sun is shining, the breeze is blowing too. All I've got inside me is lots of love for you, it's true. Girl, love. Your daddy is a pork chop, and he don't wanna see you with me, but tell him that it's alright. Girl, love. You got 2 roads before you. Which one will be your choice? I really wanna know. Yes, he's around here. Yes, he's a walking dead. I am a living man, and I've got work to do. It's true. Girl, love. Now that I'm a dreadlock, your daddy say you shouldn't play with me, but tell him that it's alright. Girl, love. You got 2 roads before you. Which one will be your choice? I really wanna know now. But thank you for the letter. It makes me feel better. Tic-tac-toe. I really wanna know now.
is a rockers. This is a rockers.
Yeah, man.
Keep on knocking. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. Oh yeah. Love is a message that I must send to you. Awaiting for reply, dear, no matter how long it takes. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. Old folks say that love comes in many, many faces. But darling, your love is so amazing. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. You keep on knocking, but you can't. You're driving me out of my mind. You're driving me out of my mind, girl. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
They're slowly wetting, and not so slowly, really. It's right in your face. They are meshing confusion among the classifications racially, so that there's a little symptom that we recently saw. White is the new black, all right? More confusion, like they have 21 classifications now of race that make absolutely no sense at all. And so how many classifications are they going to find to top off with in gender? So when you match confusion in sex with confusion in race, you got mass confusion on a grand scale. You have perfected confusion. And who's going to be confused? The non-white people of this entire planet on a grand scale about what their classification is as far as color and what their classifications are as far as gender. They're not just going to stop at what you call the LBGT.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's going to be some added alphabets to those. So to counter that, see, because counter-racist science is supposed to be about doing something about the things that you see happening. That's what codification is for. So I'm adding a classification now called counter-racist sexual. Since it's not about just what your physical gender might be, it's about what's going on in your head. So I'm saying a counter-racist sexual is any non-white person who is male or female, one or the other, not both, not a mixture, not a bi, anything like that. That's male, just what you call a straight male, and what you call a straight female, counter-racist sexual, who is also in their sexuality working to replace the system of white supremacy with justice. That can be made an official classification. In other words, it's a plain old, everyday, garden variety, straight, whatever that means, black male with the same thing, black female, and or non-white, who is in their minds against all of this stuff that the white supremacists are doing, called counter-racist sexual. And when they ask you your sexuality, you say, I'm a counter-racist sexual. Yeah, why not? Since there's going to be a bunch of additions anyway, and you are what you think you are. That's what they're saying.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what they rule on. So what you do, you go with it. You don't fight against it because it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
See, so you just add on. But while they're adding on, you add on. See, that's the way we will counter that.
Okay.
We can go with that. Counter racist sexuality. I'm a counter racist sexual. Now, deal with that one.
Yeah.
Okay? Prove that I'm not.
Okay.
That's what I got in my head. You know, it's what you think you are.
Right.
That's what I think I am.
Okay.
getting late and you are underage. Look at the time, it's after 8, and that's the end of our date. Your daddy said you shouldn't stay out late. You'd like to stay with me the whole night through, but that is not the proper thing to do. Oh, very soon there'll come a day when you can come to me and stay, but right now you must hear what Daddy say.
Welcome everyone back to The Real News. I'm Jared Ball here in Baltimore. On Friday, December 18th, the African Union authorized sending 5,000 peacekeepers to Burundi to protect civilians caught up in what reports are saying is the worst violence in the most recent move there towards civil war. More than 400 people have been killed in what is described by Reuters and others as escalating violence and what the United Nations has called a campaign of repression. We know that our next guest has long followed the history and more recent developments in that region of the world, and we turn now to him for his analysis of the situation. Glenn Ford is executive editor and founder of Black Agenda Report and is back again with us here for his Ford Report. Glenn, welcome back to The Real News.
Thanks for having me.
So Glenn, please catch us up and tell us what you make of all these recent developments.
Well, Kwame Nkrumah should be turning over in his grave. I think we see history in the making because it appears that the United States has succeeded in making the African Union into an instrument of U.S. foreign policy. The African Union's decision, it just came up with this decision recently, to send 5,000 troops to the small nation of Burundi. Whether Burundi's elected government likes it or not, this represents the first time that the AU has sent soldiers into a country without permission. Burundi's president, Nkurunziza, calls this an invasion, and he says that he will resist an invasion. Those casualties that you were talking about over a period of months in Burundi are really not high at all by Great Lakes standards. There's been a great deal of violence in this region, genocide, not just in Rwanda, not just in the Congo, but also in Burundi in very recent years. So these numbers that they're reporting and claiming that it represents some kind of danger to the nation's stability are really not on a scale that would warrant this kind of unprecedented move by the AU. That there can be no doubt that the United States is behind this invasion threat by the AU, and that the real source of the turmoil in the region is Rwanda. That's Burundi's neighbor, and it's ruled, of course, by Paul Kagame. He's the Tutsi dictator of that country. Kagame is the hitman for the United States in that part of Africa. He's always willing to do Washington's dirty work, and in return, the United States protects Kagame and his government from international censure for its crimes, which include the genocide of 6 million Congolese, the repression of the Hutu majority in his own country, and Kagame's sending out of hit squads all over the world to assassinate his opponents. All of that makes him a very good African as far as Washington is concerned. Kagame just held a phony referendum that would allow him to stay in office until the year 2034. And that seems to be all right with Washington. He claims that he got 98% of the vote in that referendum. And if you believe that, then you will believe anything. Burundi's president, Nkurunziza, on the other hand, is only seeking a third term, and he can make a reasonable claim that he deserves a third term in office. But the U.S. says, no, he's got to go. And Rwanda has been busy making sure that Nkurunziza has to go. Kagame's government has been creating an army out of Burundian refugees, arming them, sometimes kidnapping them and taking them by force into this new army, preparing to send them back into Burundi to start a civil war. Remember, that is how Paul Kagame came to power in Rwanda in the early 90s. And what resulted from his invasion of Rwanda? A genocide. Any attack by these refugees who are being armed by Rwanda, or an invasion by the African Union, could set off a new round of real bloodletting in Burundi, in which hundreds of thousands died in the early years of the 21st century and in the 1990s. However, just like elsewhere in the world, the United States is more intent upon regime change, and it doesn't care how many Africans die in the process. And now it appears that the African Union itself, which Kwame Nkrumah envisioned as an instrument for the sovereignty, the protection of the African continent, that the AU itself is now an instrument of imperial policy.
Well, certainly the AU is not the Organization of African Unity and the Pan-African and Scientific Socialist vision that Nkrumah had. But I am wondering also if you could just quickly tell us a little bit about what is, you've mentioned the United States, but what are some of the other factors and players in the background encouraging this violence, and what are the two states themselves claiming, both Rwanda and Burundi, and then internally what is Burundi claiming are the actual reasons for this civil war? And if there's a way to work into your answer, because I know that this is a part of it, what factor does the Congo play in all of this as well?
Well, the Congo is the source of Rwanda's vaunted prosperity. Rwanda is held up as a model for the rest of Africa in terms of its economic success. But as anybody who knows anything about the region can tell you, Rwanda's success is predicated upon the theft of resources from its very rich neighbor, the Congo. And the theft of those resources was the purpose of the Rwandan invasion of the Congo, lasting decades, that resulted in 6 million dead. In terms of the friction between Burundi and Rwanda, understand that the Hutu majority in Burundi was also under the heel of a Tutsi minority whose power lay in the military. That was the source of a civil war. In Rwanda, we had a population that looks quite the same, in which the Tutsi minority came to power with Paul Kagame. So Kagame believes himself to be the savior and salvation of all the Tutsis in the region, and of course he would be causing trouble for a Hutu leader in Burundi. He needs no more excuse than that. He also prospers when other countries in the Great Lakes region do not, because he becomes the party that does most of the trade in the region. The United States props him up because Kagame contributes soldiers anytime the United States needs them anywhere in Africa, either for so-called peacekeeping missions or in more unilateral U.S. efforts to make sure that only people who are friendly to U.S. policy remain in power and with their heads.
Glenn Ford, thanks again for joining us here at The Real News.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us here at The Real News. And for all involved, again, I'm Jared Ball here in Baltimore saying, as Fred Hampton used to say, to you we say peace if you're willing to fight for it. So peace, everybody, and we'll catch you in the whirlwind.
I love to see my people living in love. I love to see my people living in love. Hate to see them fighting, let me get the fire, we can find love. Wanna be the first to be the one. Them see the earth, see the virgin for now. Look them going hard, they need them. Try this shit, they go hard for now. It's cool, why not it's slow? She wants to tell the money, I'm going to the other side. Fighting all on the side. Cause I'm 59, so baby, don't be tired. Let me pick up a one, lava! So let's say, come on, respect the show, say lava! Yo, yo. The book of love, the book of life. So go out and do it. Lava! Say your let's keep clear! With the lights, it's all the we can live the life. That's when I'm with them with my own book of time. Them said them on the wind to go for heaven. So look up God. Well, them a go, them a go, keep them in the sea. Anyway, got the light. So I see never run out on. Excuse me, I give life for religion. I believe in this so much. True life is crazy. But these in finite stages. You have enough. Let's try. No baby, young girl. Your flesh and not be steady, young girl. Because you love them, not try to spoil it. Hey, Anta, what is that? Whoa! Drinking note. Lava! Balance! Almost ring, yan. Can watch it now? Your flesh feel worry and not taste or bite. Nastiness could never be alright. Why see girl I want by total tripe. No, she was the secret, you wanna take her life. Clear! Me tell them say no peace, no figure near waist. Some say anything goes, I saw them bare face. Well, even though it's still life on their face, it's still a bun tiling mouth and cheer face. So them go on the front of their school. Clear! Watch out now, garden. I'm gonna know all them so crazy. Why see them broke out before them left school? Some of them sex stool. I couldn't get the youth to want test school. Fire keep blazing, the sun could never get cool. The vampire mouth filter like the cesspool. Clear! Push ice them I try beat down. Live up him never get weak down. Garden say, fire burn freak down like termite. It won't be if they want eat down. Seeds I saw, come touching on the land again. Cool like the breeze and the flow. So angry and merry, the perfection like trees down. Sip like bubble and cherry. Put the bird, carnival dirty, blood shedding more and more. Like in the light of a living sun. Pouring down like a sun of war. My thing is wild and I'm not you say, no. So I see I ain't right from the bottom door. So when you're in place, I got the door. Burn them for me from just before. Why go? Life is
balance the rhythm there. Yeah. But can do one tune and we do for Live Up Records? Alright, balance. Now stop it in the rhythm flow. I give the tune, you know me have to give them a good tune because I Live Up Records, right? So don't want to hear the tune and sing for them. Clear? Alright. Them this for us, we now go take Osh for that. We got to watch them up, we get Osh for that. Love now! West Kingston for you know. Lava! Alright, we got to the rest side. Alright. Them this Live Up, we now go take Osh for that. We don't take Osh them up, we get crushed for that. You see them SLR or them big rusty glass. They came or them on them up, we get flush. Nothing they say or do can let up for that. In a them face, we just go take up for that. Skull bust and all them neck broke for that. Them get burned down, balance. Yeah, we used to work till them sick and tired. To blast the people liar. For minimum wage if them get hired. And for a little rate of pay they get fired. Over, just for the goodness of the higher. But boys are the life of a balance. As if them starving. If off they use them doors so them barging. Them up as if them starving. Smell me herb and myself me pass them margin. Watch out. But them egg live up so not like Dr. Ain't like fire, like wind and like water fall. Fire can't hurt them, all slaughter eye. And now slaughter gay, and now slaughter spine. All we better get strong. Don't step wrong and get sharp and get on. Don't get caught in buffer, make them plan. The beast them filthy and them love catch man. Lava! If that's a life instrument, it's life equipment. With these people that never stop this trend. Live up! Fire burn them gun shipment. Them out rent and full of Roman ship set. Lava! I know you're fun. Say lava! This is like a land to be got to say. Hey, Tabata!
Well, I don't make my work for you to interpret it. I make it for black young people so that they can understand that we are at war, that we have to be strong-minded, that we have to be productive, that we have to be unafraid of expressing ourselves and getting what we want in this society.
But isn't there a danger in telling young people, encouraging them to be militant? Aren't you taking them down a track that can only lead to a cul-de-sac and at the same time alienating a lot of people who really don't understand or accept or even grasp that militant language?
Well, what most people who know my work know is that I don't only teach young blacks to be militant, I teach them to be intelligent, substantive, to make analysis. I think that America has to stop painting young black people as being uncivilized and irrational, which is what they've done in the coverage of this story in Los Angeles. I think that we have to look at the fact that black people didn't just run outside and burn out their houses because they were angry. The Beverly Center was wrecked, and that's in a white area. Korean businesses were targeted because that Korean woman shot and killed Latasha Harlins, and she was convicted of the crime, and she did not 1 day in jail. And we got 25% of our black male population behind bars doing exorbitant sentences for small crimes, and we don't get justice. These are the reasons why people were attacked.
Describe, as you see it, the gap between those young people and the rest of society.
The gap between young people and the rest of society is that young people don't have hope. Jesse Jackson says keep hope alive, but there is no hope because they look at the leadership, number one, and they say, okay, to get along in American society, you have to be a sellout. You have to put on a suit, talk like a white man, ask for what white people want, say what white people like to be successful. And young black people don't see that as something that they want to strive for. We want to be able to be who we are, talk how we talk, walk how we walk, live how we want to live, and be producers and providers for our children in the future. We want to be African.
Didn't you want to go into politics once? You went to Washington and worked, didn't you?
I went to Washington and worked, but once I found out that there was no work going on in Washington, I decided that I didn't want to be part of that scenario.
What did you see? What do you mean no work going on?
What I saw was a lot of fake people, a lot of phony people. There are ways that I could intellectualize it, but I wouldn't even do that because I'm not trying to show you my skills. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Well, I know from reading about you and from the young people on my staff, you have skills other than music, as we've just seen. But what do you think about this, Robert Woodson?
Well, I wish the issue were as simple as the young lady is putting it. When I asked myself then if power is what we were striving for, and that was the call in the 60s, why is it in my city of Washington, D.C., we have been in control of the courts, we have been in control of the city hall, the school board, zoning commissions, and yet poor blacks in that city are no better off when they were controlled by whites. The same is true in Los Angeles, the same is true of Atlanta. The issue is, and so that we are failing our own people in some cases, and so it's really, in some cases, as I see it, it is the rules of the game that have to be changed, not just the sex of the ruler. Because if you take over a government structure that is not fair to poor people, that emphasizes downtown development, where 80% of all the development dollars that flows into these cities develops downtown, none in the neighborhoods. Yet the neighborhoods and the violence there is used as a rationale for getting urban action grants in the 60s and 70s. When that money comes, it does not go in the neighborhoods. And some black officials who are in control of it make sure that their friends are taken care of, and so that it doesn't matter then who controls it if what they do is corrupt.
The thing that we have to be clear about is the definition of power. I don't consider Mayor Dinkins to be powerful. I didn't consider Marion Barry to be powerful. I don't even consider the black woman who's there to be powerful. Tom Bradley, the guy in Los Angeles, I consider him to be pitiful, not powerful.
Who is powerful?
Powerful is when you can deliver resources, services, and substances to your people and not compromise. The only black people who can become mayors of these cities are people who compromise with the white power system and deliver the resources to other places other than our community in Los Angeles. And I think the reason why we wouldn't be sitting here if they would have delivered the right verdict is because white people wouldn't have been hurt, white property wouldn't have been damaged, and America wouldn't have lost to the tune of $500 million. In terms of solutions, however, for young people, I see it as black people having to put pressure on the system, continued and consistent pressure. That we need to, I'm going to tell you what for. What we need to do is get our experts together, make an economic assessment of our relationship to America, our contributions to corporate activity, and divest from America as a white racist institution. Black youth, we spend a lot of money on sneakers, we spend a lot of money on gear, we spend a lot of money on jewelry, and we're going to have to be unified. For the first time in Los Angeles, we saw unity between the Bloods and the Crips. We need that.
Yes,
we need black
but
unity.
Sister Soldier, these two gangs out there were unified in looting the community. They temporarily abandoned their own enmity between each other and helped to ransack their own community.
That doesn't mean that I give up hope on their ability to become politically conscious. I think that black youth have been neglected, and they've also been looted, which is why they're looted.
In East Africa, the Arabs have already disgraced Islam. They had started a slave trade 600 years before the European. And this slave trade, after they lost Spain, preying on nations in Africa, had drained Africa of so much time and energy and resources and organization, the Africans now could not mount an offense against Europe. Now we see the enemies that the Arabs that we had installed in Spain and the Mediterranean, because the military arm was African, turning on us. Now this is bigger than my skimpy explanation, because every ally we ever had has turned on us when it was his or her convenient to do so. Left or right, and there is no exception. Now Now the Arabs have turned on the Africans, moved down from North Africa and destroyed the great nation states in inner Africa. Now they would increase the slave trade along the coast of West Africa, the Portuguese and the Spaniards. Africa is in a bind now. East Africa is controlled by Arab slave traders. North Africa is controlled by Africans and Arabs returning from the conquest of Spain now that they've lost Spain. West Africa is arguing among themselves because they can't settle their family dispute. They will make a mistake by inviting the Portuguese to arbitrate their family dispute. Now, I've said this before, if you didn't learn anything from Godfather 1 and 2, you never, absolutely never invite an outsider to settle a family dispute. Never. Sober up old drunken Uncle Willie and let him settle it. But it must be somebody from within the family. Now the African is in a bind by the European. Now let us explain something that a whole lot of people have got misconceptions about. Whether the Africans had slavery before the Europeans. In the European sense, no. Servitude is not slavery. They had worse servitude here in the United States, whites against whites. Many times the Africans in wars or difficulties would capture other African groups. These groups would have to work their way out of indenture, either tending cattle or doing something. Some groups built up a surplus of labor. The Africans had no big ships to take from Africans down the coast. So he knew a king further down who needed some labor. Now that the Portuguese are there, he hired some of the Portuguese to take these Africans from one part of Africa and another. Now the European is interpreting this as meaning the African was in the slave trade. The African was not in the slave trade, and you let people beat you over the head with nonsense because you have not studied African culture to understand that the nature of African servitude one to the other had no relationship to the slave trade, that the slave trade was the greatest holocaust, the greatest drainage on a people in the history of the world. Africans had no ships that he could connect 3 continents. And even if the African was in the slave trade, he could not have brought it off. He didn't have a ship that would hold 100 people along the coast. Mostly big fishing boats and river boats. So he could never have brought off anything as massive as the Western slave trade. Couldn't have done it if he wanted to. Didn't have the facility anyway. I am not saying Africans were right in imprisoning their in holding their prisoners of war and making their prisoners of war work for them. Well, that's better than killing them, but I'm saying that they made a symbolic mistake and a tactical mistake when they hired the Portuguese to take captives from one part of Africa to the other and gave the Portuguese the illusion that they were in the same trade and had the same intentions for enslavement as the Portuguese. That was a mistake. It was a mistake because we did not know the European culture and we did not know the European mentality. Didn't know it then, don't know it now. Otherwise, you would behave differently. The Africans came from a society that was collective. The European came from a society that was individual. Two kinds of temperaments, two different people. Now in the Western world, you have become selfish, closed-door individuals. You get in your lonely room to think of something to tell your analyst, but if you had some friends, you wouldn't need any analysts. Because African society was so open, if you couldn't talk to anybody else, you can talk to the village gospelist, who was always available. That was a good drain off. But we became a different people in this bind. All right. If the concept of slavery was starting in the world, it was a going concern among the Arabs 600 years before the Europeans, and if there were so many people in the world, why the choice of the African as against those other people, collectively more numerous than the African? The question is both ancient and current. Why is Africa more exploited right now than any other continent? Why do people willing to fight Africans and not willing to fight others? Why does Israel get more aid than all the African nations in the world put together? One nation in the total population of the Jews. The total world population is less than 1/2 of the black population in the United States. Why do they get so much attention, you get so little attention? They got that political thing together, you haven't got yours together. They got that religious thing together and that culture thing together. Religion and culture are servants of a people, and they convert it to service. With you, religion is religion. You don't make enough demands from anything, especially the people who take up your time and your resources. We are the true believers. We out Muhammad, out Pope to Pope. We believe in things in their purest form. Can't go to the right or the left. They said go to the center, we go to the center. So now we become the victims of our own culture as the needs of Europe began to expand. Now, let's look at the beginning of the tragedy. Because we have not faced reality, because we as a people live in a world of fantasy. And once we face reality and use religions properly, and once we understand how they are used by other people, and once we separate, not so much as separate spirituality from religions, and understand that out of our spirituality came the world's religions, and that we have been naive and let people take from us the basis, the elements, make religions and come back and sell them to us. Once we understand that, and that we had a much better version of the same religions before their former creation. And then once we recover from the shock of discovering that we had something better than what was sold to us, rehashed from our elements, then go back and take the great spirituality we had and move with it. And once we understand what we were and where we are, we will understand what we have to be and where we still have to go. We are still thinking minority when we were never a minority. But we are letting minority people fool us into thinking minority. And we are literally being controlled by minorities who endear themselves to other minorities by demonstrating their ability to control us. And they control us by manipulating images through politics, religion, in the mass media. All right, the subject admittedly is dangerous. As religion is a delicate and dangerous subject, and it's even more delicate and dangerous when you're talking to people of African descent. Because where religion is concerned, we are a purist people. We are the true believers. We out-Pope the Pope and out-Muhammad Muhammad. We believe in things in its purest form, and we actually believe things are exactly what they say they're supposed to be. We have a humanity that actually makes us believe that people believe in democracy, and the inventors of it don't believe in it. And we had democracy before they think they invented it. And when they invent a fake version of it and sell it to us, we accept the fake version and neglect the genuine democracy that we have been living all along. Not only democracy, but humanity. And the least significant event would be the so-called discovery of the New World. The greatest event in the history of that period would be really the Africans and the Arabs, collectively called Moors, would lose their hold on Spain and be pushed out. Be pushed out of Spain, and they would lose the Mediterranean. They had blocked Europe in the Mediterranean. They had forced Europe out of the Mediterranean, and they had forced Europe into the Middle Ages. Now Europe had discovered longitude and latitude. Had come out of its box. They'd gone back to sea. They had learned some maritime techniques from the school at Salamanca, that the Africans had translated information from Spain, and they would turn on the very Africans who translated it for them and the very Arabs. The fight between the Africans and the Arabs would facilitate the rise of Europe. But except had the Africans and the Arabs got together at this point in history, fighting over various interpretations of Islam, they could have stopped Europe and stopped the slave trade. But instead of stopping the slave trade, the Arabs went into the slave trade, disgraced Islam, disgraced themselves, and left the African without protection, something which we should never forgive.
Our crisis today the crisis in Somalia, the crisis in Africa, the crisis in the Caribbean islands, the crisis in the United States, that we have lost from our historical memory the time when we were in charge of the state and when we ruled the state. It's the methodology taken out of our mind and not the mind of a foreigner, a faker, and a fool. When independence came to Africa, when the concept of independence came to the Caribbean islands, when we had our charade called the Civil Rights Movement, nobody was fighting to be totally independent of that former slave master. In some way, we were all crawling to get back on the plantation. We were fighting to consume his hamburger. We were fighting for the right to make our oppressor rich. So we did not understand the nature of liberation. And if you do not understand the nature of liberation, mentally you are still a slave. Now the slavery that we still must grapple with started in the 15th and the 16th century. Slavery started in the world when man emerged in the world and developed a fear and a weakness of other people and felt that they had to enslave another people to feel safe. That was one kind of slavery, but slavery based solely on race, on color. That's the slavery hatched from the European mind in the 15th and the 16th century. For there were periods when Europeans enslaved Europeans, Jews enslaved Jews. Now my focal point is that for most of your existence on this earth, you lived in independent states fashioned by your own mind. And that this great event has been removed from your historical memory. I want you to travel with me just a little while while we go behind that slavery curtain and see what did you do when you were in charge of the state all by yourself. You didn't ask any foreigner to assist you in any way, and you ruled the state exceptionally well. In some places, you ruled so exceptionally well, you had no word for jail in your language because no one had ever gone to one. You create words to describe what happened. If no one ever gone to something called a jail, you don't need a word for one. If you never threw away children, you needed no word for orphanage. If the life between a man and a woman worked and functioned because of the support system coming from both sides of the family, you never heard of a thing called divorce. Well, no one ever got one. You got mixed up with someone else's thing. Now understand me. I have gone over again over cultural incubation. When you come out of a cultural womb, the chemistry of that womb shapes your personality. When someone puts you into another womb, it's like putting you into the stomach of someone who's not your mother. The chemistry of your personality is shaped another way. Therefore, you had no wife beaters in Africa. You had no teenage pregnancy in Africa. So your worst traits were picked up from your oppressor because you were living in a state that you did not fashion. And because the state that you fashioned was removed from your historical memory, when finally you developed semi-independence, because you had forgotten how you ruled the state, you became the imitators of the people who put you in that second incubator where the chemistry of your personality changed to suit the slave master's chemistry and not the original chemistry of your body.